I really got to move that so it's not right next to the other one. Now a message from our faithful supporters.
Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
Time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Okay, there we have it. That is indicative of how well the show is going to go tonight.
I thought you just liked that one just because we screwed it up the last time. We just
nope.
We just did it all over again.
I'm going to move it way down here next to the Christmas one. All right.
And then you hit that one on Christmas.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the OCA
ho, ho, motherfucker.
For the first time, weekly and forever, I am your host, the Anime Collector. We are going to make history tonight with the biggest train wreck ever filmed or ever caught on camera. That's what I should have said. All right. Joining me is Random 11.
Hello.
And Reach 753.
Hi.
And I thought Footnote was in here, but he maybe isn't. Green Line's here, though.
Hello, everyone.
And Suck and Run. Lance is here as well.
What's up, guys?
All right. So, I didn't frantically send anybody a message. I didn't change that. That must have happened during our movie watch party.
It was while me and Reese were arguing over the link.
Seriously, let's look at how rare of an occurrence this is. Every other week, we do a watch party or a game night instead of a podcast. This week, we did a game night and a watch party, and we're still doing a podcast. That's how
it's
much
a movie.
We pulled off the hat trick, and we'll never pull off one again.
We'll never. Yeah, this is basically the last episode of the podcast. I can't do that. All right. Anyway.
Water in this one, huh?
Okay. So.
Oh God, he's excited.
If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there are numerous ways you can do that, including giving us money through Patreon. That's one way. And I haven't really been good about this, but I do want to tell you, I would love it if we were making at least $50 a month, because that would cut out the expenses we put towards hosting the show, and we would officially not be operating at a deficit for once. So that'd be great. 50 a month. That's what our goal is. I think that's what it is.
Maybe some people shouldn't complain when some people don't.
That's another great way to support us. I'm happy. I would love to be here weekly if it meant that I could receive those.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, the cool 2T, for that.
You rock, buddy. Okay. Another way you can
wow.
support us is through the Anime Collector Patreon. Actually, that's the way you support me and Footnum, because the money will be going to Footnum for editing the videos for me. Because this is a per video instead of a per month thing. And yeah, then it goes right to Reese for Reese stuff. Reese, did you get my message about how we didn't change this? Oh, fuck. Don't let anyone notice and change it now. All right. Anyway, there's also ways on the website you can do that. Like there's lots of ways here. It's sadly still missing the ability to rape us monthly because Amazon's not going to give us the affiliate link back. So we might as well put it back up. All right. Also, make sure that you have signed this very real petition. It is extremely real and a pressing matter that includes a young man and his dominatrix. So please get on that. It's for a good cause. Yeah, he only the great
Does he really want
the
those
Discord
stiletto
is
heels?
here. Yep, not a furry. Yes. So I would like
I'm
to
glad
point out...
he's not denying he's a stalker, so he is a stalker.
What the hell?
Had I had an extra week, there might be an option to check that box as well. But quite frankly, I did not want to have that in my search history to do in the same way that I did for this one.
You didn't
want
to search for dominatrix stalker?
All right, let's get right into it. So we're going to kind of speed run this podcast just because basically normally we do these every other week, but it's really stressful when there's a lot of articles coming in. So I figured I just took a gander at what was out on the horizon, and I said, yeah, fuck that. Let's knock these out today and not have to do them next week on top of whatever news is going to break over the week. So Yamanashi Prefecture has declared a state of emergency for its declining population. Now, previously on the podcast, we talked about like prefectures that had not seen a birth in 25 years or whatever, you know, like crazy shit's happening in Japan with their inability to stick it in another person and have a baby come out. So let's read about it. Yamanashi Prefecture declared a state of emergency due to the crisis that is its declining population, marking the first time a prefecture in Japan declared a state of emergency for population decline. Quote, I want to communicate to the prefectural citizens that it's a serious problem. That fucking is how he should have said it, said Governor Kotaro Nagasaki at a press conference regarding the prefecture's declaration of a state of emergency. Quote, for those who want children but can't for financial reasons, we will find a resolution through policies. Maybe the policies are the problem. Anarchy now, bitch. According to the prefectural government, the population of Yamanashi peaked at 895,646 in September of 2000 and has since continued to decline, having dropped to 796,230. That doesn't even seem that big of a problem. Like, oh no, we dropped 100,000, not even 99,000. Right? As of April 1st this year, the prefecture's total fertility rate was 1.4, which fell short of the target of 1.87. Come on, ganbatte, you can do it. The National Institute of Population and Social Security Research estimates that the Yamanashi Prefecture's population was 763,274 in 2013 and 598,935 in 1945. That might be shortly after the nuke. All right. Anyway, yes.
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
Fair warning, I have read a grand total of 0 articles tonight. So we're all going to experience these together. So let's read comments. What am I doing? The petition has been slow. That's true. Get on it. He's not... Mars Girl.
Share more.
Mars Girl will not punish him without your help. So
everyone must share the petition to at least 2 friends.
$2 a day. You can help AT get punished.
Help him get stepped on.
Anyway, Megamug says good evening. Nice to see you again. It was fun talking to you during the watch parties. We watched Kung Fury without you bastards. Just saying. You missed it.
You can update. You can refresh the website.
Okay, cool. Japan should deport those gaijin teachers. Well, why don't you wait until we cover that? It's coming. JT says, I'm not a stalker, but I do miss Queen Luna and Muse Mints. Well, they do not miss you.
Because those are all false.
Once again, funny choice of words, outlawing same-sex marriage. Oh yeah, I think I forgot to say I was tired, so that was why I didn't stay for the other movie. Oh, that's all right. It's only 30 minutes. Not like you're a pussy or anything. Mars Girl
at least you showed
is
up.
Getting gray hairs. Well, you would know.
Oh,
Stalker.
Oh God.
Does
Whose
Japan,
window are you peeping in at night?
Does Japan need more people, or is this a push for immigration? You know, it's hard to say. You know. Well, I guess the men in Japan do not like getting laid. I think you meant laid, but yes. Come on, everyone.
No, they don't like getting led.
Yeah, they don't like getting led. Luigi Mo 64 says, I read there was a mass immigration in the European countries and they suffered from terror acts as well. I also read and saw these things with my own two eyes. Japan had admitted, I think, 3 migrants during the migrant crisis, and one of them raped somebody, and so they said, no, fuck no, no more. So they learned quickly, the Japanese.
If only we were more like Japan.
Effing Anime Addict says, sorry, don't like. Oh, don't. That was the... Do not like. I'm sorry. I meant to say don't. Don't think I'm a robot. That's the part you needed to correct. Banning swimsuit models is both misogyny and misandry. Kung Fury is peak cinema. Totally agree. Luisa Metal 64 is homophobic. Confirmed. Well, called out. All right. The Japanese Communist Party shuts down another pool swimsuit photo session. So the Japanese Communist Party women are at it again, taking more jobs and opportunities from other women, this time by shutting down a pool swimsuit photo session at a water park in Saitama Prefecture. How dare
Maybe
they?
this is why the birth rate is declining.
This reminds me of It's Always Sunny when Mac is talking to that girl. And she's like, can you believe it? And then he put my photos up on one of those revenge porn boyfriend sites. And he goes, oh, that's terrible. Which ones though? Like, oh, which one did he do it though? Oh. As per usual, the Japanese Communist Party dug its claws into what it deemed problematic after the organization investigated and found information that minors were to appear in a pool swimsuit photo session at a Saitama water park. The organization requested the prefectural government to ban the rental of the park, claiming that it violated Article 1 of the city park law. What is that? I've got to know. Tokyo Lily, the company behind the swimsuit photo session, shared 2 days later, that the event was canceled due to the water park being requested to stop renting its space for the event. The company recently hosted swimsuit photo sessions at water parks that went off without a hitch, including one featuring Shinya Arino from the Manzai duo Yoiko. Oh, well, that's probably a picture of her. Wow, dude. Subtle. Several performers, models, and female cosplayers voiced their criticism of the Japanese Communist Party, which consists of middle-aged women, for essentially taking away from women and doing nothing to help in return. Our body, our choice.
Merch. When? To be fair, I do think I heard you say minors in there.
I don't think so. Shoot. Hold on, I'm going to need to read it again. Oh. As per the usual, Japanese Communist Party dug its claw into what it deemed problematic after the organization investigated and found information that minors were to appear in a pool. You're right.
Get the pickaxes.
Is this even the same girl, or is this the duo? Is it her and her are the duo? Why does she look... How is she so much taller than him and her so much shorter than him?
Height discrepancies vary very much. How tall are you, AC?
I think I'm like right at 6 feet. Several performers, models, and female cosplayers voiced their criticism of the Japanese Communist Party, which consists of middle-aged women, for essentially taking away from women and doing nothing to help in return. I read that. Quote, there has already been a number of pool swimsuit photo sessions that were canceled due to the Japanese Communist Party. The Communist Party continues to crush more dreams and steal the places where women can shine. You can't even guarantee anything, right? Then why not leave it alone? It should have been allowed. You filthy bastards. I won't forgive you. Oh, it said this shouldn't be allowed. Okay. Other women who participated in the pool swimsuit photo session at the Saitama water park shared similar sentiments, along with a look at some of their swimsuit photos to lighten the mood. My mood is lightened. My fellow host has entered the chat. Wow. Those are some platform shoes. The Twitter user appeared.
Not Green Line, Random 11. What is wrong with me? No, just ignore me. Mute myself.
Okay.
What do you need?
He wants to know what your thoughts are about these shoes. They're pretty thick.
The shoes.
The shoes are pretty thick.
I mean,
they're not that thick.
The whole sandal boot thing is kind of weird, but you know.
A Twitter user appeared to have found out what the Japanese Communist Party women discovered during their investigation that led them to believe that minors were to be featured in a gravure session. Whoa, look at that! Ukraine flag. Oh, you don't say. So what do they find? When looking at the schedule for the water park's events, they probably saw the part that said young children, which likely led them to jump to conclusions about it being for a photo session featuring children. However, had they paid attention to the rest of the timetable, they would have noticed that young children and other labels were to indicate the different pools at the water park. The label on the timetable was basically for a swimsuit photo session that was to take place at a pool for young children and not a gravure session featuring young children, as confirmed by the Japanese Communist Party. Which once again ruined something good for nothing while taking away more opportunities for young women. Let's be real. The communists are the ones pushing for the young children gravure photos. So I'm just saying, like, I think they knew what they did. Let's read some comments. Where's Kingstop? Oh, hey, when you come in next time, can you upload your avatar? It should remain every time you log in if you do it once. But I need it for purposes.
For science.
If those women are cute, us men will take them. We'll take pictures with. Take pictures with them? Is that what you meant?
We'll take them
Tokyo
to take pictures
Lily.
with?
More like Tokyo Lolly. Apparently not. I mean, that's fair. Who needs the Communist Party? What good do they do? Absolutely nothing. Nexie says thick. All right. Hey, what is... Damn it, Mirage. I am doing just fine. Stop shaming me. I do not respond well to criticism. I need affirmation to make sure that I remember to do the comments. Of course, if I don't remember to do the comments, I won't see your affirmation. But same goes for the criticism. So go fuck yourself.
Kindly.
Is AC saying that this banning was friendly fire? No, I'm just saying that they only want you to be sexualized if you're trans. Like, they want to sexualize your children in that way. They want to groom your... All right, anyway. Oh, what do you know? Foreign English teachers in Japan are teaching Japanese children LGBT lessons. What pronouns do you use? I use they, or he, or she. Wow. At least you let me know so I can avoid you. It has been revealed that foreign English teachers in Japan are teaching Japanese children about LGBT using Introduction to the English Language as a guise to talk about gender ideology. Which one is this flag? Something tells me it's not super straight.
Was that yellow, white, purple?
Yellow, white, purple, black.
Oh, no.
I've never seen it before.
Asian, white, children, and super children.
That's got to be it. Yeah, Asian, white, Prince, black Michael Jackson. It's the shades of Michael Jackson.
Lettuce, gay, bacon, and tomato.
There you go. All right. What is non-binary? Non-binary is gender like men and women. Actually, it's not. It's
the non-binary. It's the non-binary pride flag.
It's similar to X gender. Yeah, so they say, what pronouns do you use? I use they, or he or she. How do I use they? They are my friend. They like baseball. Their shirt is purple. I want to play with their genitalia. I have a new neighbor. I hope they like Pokemon. So if learning English wasn't difficult enough for most of the Japanese, the children are being taught by foreign teachers about LGBTQ and how to use pronouns according to what's considered politically correct. So the thing that I find the funniest about this is if you thought the response was bad in the West during COVID, when parents first realized that this shit was being taught to their kids in school, boy, I do not want to be the teachers living in a foreign country. That doesn't sound like a place I'd want to be. So, Transgender, born a boy body, but they are a woman inside, or born a girl body, but they are a grown-ass man inside. Queer, everyone that is LGBTIA+. That guy's queer as folk right here. Oh, no, this is intersex. I'm sorry. They have a body that is a man and a woman. Could have fooled me. That's the manliest woman I've ever seen. Anyway, another part of the lesson went more into sexual identity with terminology for transgender, queer, and intersex explained. Keep in mind that the lessons are meant for Japanese children who have yet to even learn these terms in Japanese. God, it's amazing. None of these words directly translate. They're all in katakana. Resubi. Actually, no, there's like kanji over here too, so maybe. But wait a minute. If these are for children, why are these written in complex kanji? Be an ally, please. Oh, cringe. Is Lego endorsing this? I'm just curious.
Lego of my egos.
Oh, here you go. Lego made an LGBTQ Pride Lego set. It has many colors. The set is called Everyone is Awesome. It's the rainbow colors of the LGBTQ+. You can see black and brown too for people of different. Nice. For people of different. Be an ally. You could be a straight ally too, apparently. I choose to be a straight ally. More LGBT examples and what it means to be an ally or a straight ally as an LGBT-friendly person. It even points out that 7.6% of Japan's population is part of LGBT. Is it really? 7.6%? Damn. That's all it takes to decline the population? If some school children struggle at memorizing the flags of all 47 prefectures in Japan, they had more coming for them with the lessons of the LGBTQ.
Ouch. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Oof.
Like, for real, they shouldn't even be having this stuff before they even have.
So you know how there's that snake, the one where it's like red on yellow, kill a fellow, red on black, you're okay, Jack. Do you think they have a song for these flags, considering they're just a bunch of colors laid out in a horizontal manner?
I mean, you could write them.
Because honestly, it confuses the fuck out of me.
You can write them and you can send it to Discord.
Japan should learn from the Bud Light, Target, and Activision boycott. Abolish polycore. That's political correctness. There, I answered it for you. Kids do not know kanji until around high school. Furigana would be used. Yes. If this was for children, clearly it's not. If some school children struggled at memorizing, I already read that. Yes, I did. Okay. According to the Twitter user who was made aware of the news from a whistleblower, the teachers were telling children to keep it a secret, likely as a way to minimize any blowback from happening. Some worry that if Japan's LGBT understanding bill passes, such lessons from foreign English teachers will likely become a part of everyday curriculum for for children in Japan. In other recent news, a drag queen was seen teaching children about LGBT and acceptance at an elementary school in Kikugawa in Shizuoka Prefecture. I'm just saying, the crimes we cover on a near weekly basis, you know, the men who go to the men's bathroom, strip naked, sneak into the women's bathroom, try to film women peeing, all that, like, shit is gonna get so weird. And like, the population's going to shrink so much that like there won't be any normal people left. Every article is like, we're going to read about like 8 of the same people every week. All right, that's it. Anybody got stuff to say about that?
No, just the usual, like, ew, gross, come on now. Why are we still doing this after?
It's like, look, just blanket, you know, like
leave kids alone.
Yeah, like nobody here. I think I can speak for everybody. If you guys would like to get canceled, you can interrupt me. no, but I think I can speak for everybody here that none of us give a shit whatsoever what you do behind closed doors with your significant other, away from children. Correct, right? Millions of years of evolution has shown that what is normal for human biology produces children. All right. We don't need to pretend that this is normal. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to, you know, fight for your right to do it to each other. It's the children where everybody draws the line. If you haven't been paying attention, it's the children is the reason why Bud Light is in the toilet. It is the children that is the reason that Target is in the toilet. Okay? If you haven't been paying attention, it is for the children. Just thought I'd make it
If
clear.
they're being taught this crap before they even have had the talk,
yeah,
then you should be freaking in jail.
I agree. Or worse. All right, anyway, moving on. Japanese Agency for Cultural Affairs clarifies copyright law for AI art. So I need to start growing that defense fund now. So please, if you wouldn't mind, share this podcast with your friends. Cash App in bio. No, it's not really. PayPal.me is though. So the Japanese government branch agency for cultural affairs has released a document that clarifies how AI art falls in according to Japan's current day copyright laws, possibly putting a limit to how the technology can be used or abused. Fuck. I only abuse it. Damn. Like, welcome back, sucking duck.
No, he's sucking ducks. Plural.
Oh God.
Essentially, the government branch
to this.
Essentially, the government's branch view. Sorry. Essentially, the government branch's view is that copyright law for AI art differs if it's being used for training or if it's being used for creation. I'm not sure I understand what they mean by that. I mean, I get the principle of it, but I don't understand how you train something on something and then not have that come through in the creation. What do you think, Random 11?
I don't know how they're going to do anything with this, because even if they change the law in Japan, like, how's that going to apply to America?
Not on a global scale.
But so sorry, what are they specifically saying they want to change? Or what are they clarifying?
They're saying that how the government branch's view on copyright law is with AI is that it differs if it's being used for training or if it's being used for creation. During AI development and training, as a rule of thumb, art that is, quote, not meant to represent the ideas or emotion present in copyrighted works can be used up to a certain extent. But if it passes the threshold of necessity or damages the profits of copyright holders, it cannot be exempted under this rule. Boy, it's going to be fun having everybody try to argue that.
That's
Seriously.
that is an issue.
Okay. Oh shit! I trained some AI on every single page that Kentaro Miura has ever drawn, and people like my art. Oh, look at that! Sales are declining in Berserk. Oh, that's a direct correlation. Must be because of your AI art. He's like, oh, it's not because you guys are fucking ruining it. Because Kentaro Miura died and you guys decided to keep going and have not been doing a great job. Like,
so I think what it's trying to say is like, if you have like a style of art, you can use it, but it's trying to avoid allowing people to create AI models that are for, this is my interpretation of this paragraph, just so you know, but it seems like they're trying to avoid people creating like, I have a Ash Ketchum model that is meant to produce Ash Ketchum because Ash Ketchum is copyrighted. So that's what I think they're trying to prevent. Whereas if you did like a style of Ken Sugimori or whatever, the guy who created all of the designs for Pokemon, then that would probably be okay, actually, based on this, because it's not specifically a copyrighted work that is being copied.
So what if it's like the logical stretch where it's not Ash Ketchum, but it's Ass Ketchum, and he flips his hat around, but the other way? Would they be able to like use that as well?
Could I request that you interpret that slightly differently regarding the Ash Ketchum thing?
I spent 3 hours training an AI to build the world's best Bowser dildo.
But then also, if you did do like a Ken Sugimori style AI that said, hey, or a Ghibli, Studio Ghibli, like, hey, make Studio Ghibli art with this model, even though it's not generating any specific Studio Ghibli characters, which would which seems like it might be okay based off the first section. It might violate the section in that they might argue that by you generating your own Studio Ghibli style art, it's affecting my profitability as Studio Ghibli.
They would probably try to stretch it, assume that you use their art as a basis.
Honestly, I think every single artist that takes this to court is going to just argue that like they don't like that you're using their work, and they'll argue that it's taking away from them because you can produce the art faster with AI than they can, right? Which I got to tell you, something that's really been eye-opening for me as an artist who's been using this is, again, and I have talked about this for ages, since before AI art was a thing, or like usable to the general public at least, that one of the hardest things about an artist is that you cannot iterate your ideas fast enough to stay in that creative state of flow, right? And it's frustrating because art takes time, right? So when you're trying to just express all this creative energy out, when it's not coming fast enough, you hit these bottlenecks, right? And so AI art for me has been very exciting in the sense that it helps clear out those bottlenecks to the point where I can get my artistic vision out in a remarkably fast time, right? Like, for example, the thumbnail from last podcast, if I had done that, on like any other, like before,
if you'd done it 5 years ago.
Yeah, if I had done it even 1 year ago, that probably would have taken me 14 hours, right? And it would not have looked as good as it did. I would have spent at minimum 4 hours, just 4 hours looking for images I could use. More likely, I could spend up to 8 hours just looking for the perfect image to work into the composite. And what I was able to do, that I mean, that took like an hour and a half, you know? I mean, yeah, I spent a good hour on it because I was really, more just tinkering with it and figuring out what it could do. But that could not have been possible without it, right? And as an artist, like previously, I mean, I've produced a lot of thumbnails for the channel. I'm going to pull up a couple here real quick, just two, not a couple, but literally a couple.
Two
actually.
is a couple.
two is literally a couple. So this is last podcast thumbnail.
I was about to say, what new age bullshit are you on
Actually,
now?
let me just pull up the other one too, so I can have it ready. Perfect. All right, so this was last podcast thumbnail, right? And then this next one I'm going to show you is from podcast 199. Okay, now I spent a lot of time on this one.
I like this one more.
I spent an awful lot of time.
Is that
I found an image.
Yeah.
Yes, it is green. I found an image of a drunk guy on a Japanese subway, like laying on the ground. I had to find a drunk guy in exactly or close enough to the precise angle that was necessary. You know what I mean? To get this there, right? And then I had to, like just every single thing needed to come together. And the lighting on each of these people is not perfect. You know what I mean? But it's good enough. But this was an entire day's worth of work, right? And I put this together after the show, right? And for this other one, I put it together in about an hour before the show, right? And what I'm saying here is that I was super proud of this one from an artistic, I use it as an artistic exercise, right? Like the purpose of building this was a challenge to myself to see if I could make this happen, right? And so, there's a couple things like I didn't have, I think this guy's like left leg had something in front of it. So I put her in front of him and, fitting the pieces together. I don't know if you noticed, there's a bunch of porn on the TV in the background. I heard something we were covering. It's all censored, but yeah. So
I don't think anybody's looking at the thumbnail. They're just looking at the top right corner.
The top right corner. So anyway, the point was that it took a lot of effort, but it was something that I was proud of because it came together. Like I got it somewhat solid to where the perspective looks relatively correct, and you can sort of see it, and your brain kind of puts it together as what it's supposed to be, which is that they're at a Radio Shack, right? There's the drunk guy, all that's like that. They're physically around him and everything, right? I feel equally as proud of this one, even though the computer did 90% of the work, because my vision came through of what I was trying to do. You know what I mean? So anyway, now coming back to the article here, I just wanted to lay that groundwork here. So they're saying that during, I think I read this, but I'll read it again. During AI development and training, as a rule of thumb, art that is not meant to represent the ideas or emotions present in copyrighted works can be used up to a certain extent, but if it passes the threshold of necessity or damages the profits of copyright holders, it can be exempted under this rule. So basically they're saying fair use, right? Like it's pretty much what they're saying. Meanwhile, for the AI art creation side, if AI created images are uploaded and published and sold as a reproduction, apart from cases where it is for personal use, it will be treated the same as regular copyright infringement. I do not. So this means like this to me feels like, okay, I invented a shirt and then my shirt is black. Oh, you uploaded a white shirt? That's copyright. Right? Kind of thing. Like it's like it's and it's not really a perfect example.
It's a loophole in the law to have it open-ended is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but it basically expands the copyright far beyond what you actually created, to whatever you could argue in court.
That's what they want though, AC.
Of course.
They want this open-ended. They don't want to put a pin on what you should and shouldn't do. They want to be able to abuse the law whenever they feel the need.
They just want to blanket it.
It says, if the similarities between the created image and the copyrighted work are recognized, copyright holders are allowed to press for damages and or cease and desist, and it can be treated as criminal charges as well. Going forward,
I don't know if I agree with your a summary of that
My allegory
paragraph. No, your whole interpretation of that paragraph. I think all this paragraph is saying is if you use AI to generate like an Ash Ketchum like T-shirt, then they can sue you just not because like even though you're not copying a specific Ash Ketchum picture, it's still Ash Ketchum, and so you're selling Ash
It's
Ketchum
what I just got through saying,
merchandise,
Green.
and so I'm going to sue you for it.
I'm equally proud of the work that went into this image as well, by the way. All right, so say that last part again.
So it's just trying to stop you from selling copyrighted shit using AI. That's
Possibly.
all. And I think,
but what I'm saying is that it seems like it's expanding the copyright beyond what it would have originally been. But we'll see.
And that's certainly
technically
not
yes.
stopping.
Look, we're laying the groundwork here on the podcast that we have covered and established that this is a thing going forward. I expect that in the next 3 months we are going to start to see laws, or we're going to start to see court battles start to happen over AI art, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes from there.
But like, okay, so if I create a character and I make like, some random character, and I own the copyright on that character. Now, if someone else releases an AI model that generates my character, right? Should that AI model be illegal? No, I don't think so. But if you then use that AI model to generate a picture of my character, no, you can't sell T-shirts with that art that you generated using the model, because I own the character.
So you're saying people couldn't use my duck on their?
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Go for it.
What? I'm not talking to Elance. I'm talking to Random 11.
Oh, fuck you.
What's stopping all these people from selling bootleg Dragon Ball, bootleg Pokemon, bootleg Naruto, all these T-shirts you see on your Facebook ads of random like outline Pokemon stuff that has absolutely fuck all to do with the Nintendo company or Pokemon company whatsoever, and yet they're still selling them and getting ads on Facebook.
That's what's stopping them.
Yeah, what's stopping them from selling it? Well, okay,
nothing,
so
nothing is stopping them.
Nothing is stopping them from selling it. What is stopping them from continuing to sell it? I guess would be a better question.
So trying to go after people who are selling bootleg T-shirts is just waste of their time most of the time. Unless they're like making a deal with H&M to put those shirts in all H&M stores, then Nintendo might be like, excuse me. But if they're like selling the shirt at some convention and like out of their van or something, then they're most likely not.
And one of the problems with Japan
or Etsy and Nintendo has gone after some people for Etsy related things, like specifically Pokemon merchandise. I have an account on Thingiverse where I've modified someone uploaded a model of a Pokeball. And I modified that Pokeball to be like a Great Ball and an Ultra Ball and all these other balls, right? And they
to the Pokemon to these nuts.
I'm just saying that I can sum up this thing real quick with the incident about the DMCA takedown of Bowser's penis, right?
Wow, that too. Yeah. Although I don't know if that's 100. Like, I mean, that was actually kind of questionable.
Warner Brothers taking down big chunks.
But there was the people that originally uploaded that Pokeball were selling that Pokeball on Etsy, and Nintendo went after them, right? So, it's just a matter of like, is it worth it for them?
Right.
And so if you make it worth it for them, they will go after you.
Yeah. So they got to say like. So that falls into, does this affect the copyright holders' bottom line, the profits, right?
Yeah, but that's not an actual thing in
What about Dojin?
North America.
What about Dojin?
Well, Dojin is non-for-profit,
and there's also an agreement with
they do still
publishers.
Sell.
Yeah,
but the publishers agree to let that happen.
The pricing for Dojin. The loophole or whatever you call it that allows
it's not a loophole. As far as I know, it's a tacit agreement.
Yeah, the agreement is that you sell it for the cost that it cost you for the supplies to make it, to print it, to bind it, maybe the boxes you use to haul it to Comic-Con or whatever. That's the cost of the doujin. So it's
kind of like fan art.
Yeah,
like
it's exactly like that, because what the purpose is that, for example, let's talk about AI. In AI subreddits and places where AI is being showcased, every single video is a girl dancing turned into an anime girl, right? Because what gets attention is the girl dancing. Likewise, you could have the greatest fucking like story and characters ever, but you might have a very difficult time jumping out into the consciousness of the cultural zeitgeist. But if you draw characters that are already established, that people catch out of the corner of their eye and it turns their head, and it gives you that extra like 3 seconds of their attention that you otherwise would not have had. That is what doujin does for artists in Japan, is that it gives them a way to get their craft out there, get their skill set sharpened using established IP in order to bring in fans who will then follow them on Pixiv or however they're going to, support themselves. And then they're like, so typically at Comic-Con and whatnot, you sell your filthy, disgusting doujin with horse cock raping the anime girls of Love Live or something. But then next to that, you have your own manga. Your own manga that you crafted from scratch. So you try to sell both, so that you definitely sell all the horse cock, because that's what everybody's there for. But then your own manga as well is where you not only make your profit, but it's where you hopefully make a name for yourself beyond just copying the style and horse cock of somebody else, right? So anyway,
yeah, I just don't think that sentence is expanding anything. I think it's just repeating the very basic idea that you can't replicate a copyrighted work and then go sell it.
Sure.
Even though it's AI, and especially
while
with
it may be verbose, I felt it was eloquent.
Especially with the American courts coming out and saying AI doesn't have copyright. Some idiots are taking that to think as long as an AI makes this, it's copyright free, and that is not
what
the
it means.
Is
even
in the
can't
States.
Copyright it.
Yes,
right?
That's what it means.
So the trick is collage that shit.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of work on your own and then copyright that. Anyway, so going forward, the Japanese government plans to make this knowledge become normalized and widespread via seminars and collaborate with IP law scholars and lawyers to continue developing how to consider AI development and creations. Except for the fact that the anime industry and the gaming industry and all that's going to start using AI too, and then it's going to be a moot point, right? Anyway, all right, let's talk about this real quick. So the Kyoto Animation arson case prosecutors are they've outlined the trial timeline, and they focus on criminal responsibility. So first hearing will be held on September 5th. So that's a little bit of ways away. They said the prosecutors in the case against the suspected Kyoto Animation arsonist Shinji Yaiba held a conference for the families of the victims on June 10th, revealing the timeline of the trial over the next 7 months, how it will flow, and that the prosecutors will focus on if the suspect has the capacity to take criminal responsibility. Alba was charged in December 2020 with arson, attempted murder, breaking and entering, violating the firearms and sword control law, and the murder of 36 people, the largest mass murder in Japan since the Showa era, including the injury of 32 other victims in the Kyoto Animation arson attack in July 2019. According to the prosecutors, the trial will focus on the extent of the suspect's criminal liability during the day's events based on the 2 psychiatric evaluations run before the trial, with attention to how Alba answers questions during the cross-examination period. According to the Mainichi Shimbun and the Sankei News, the defense is understood to argue for a reduced sentence or acquittal if found guilty, due to Alba's supposed mental state during the events. It's like, yeah, he hit the button that killed everybody, but he didn't know that death meant they would die. So according to the NHK, the first aspect of the trial will be held on September 5th with an arraignment, where Aoba will be read the charges against him and asked if he pleads guilty or not guilty to those charges. I love the idea that the defense is like, oh man, this is going to be an uphill battle, but I'm pumped, I'm going to do it. And it's like, guilty or not guilty. It's like, why? Questioning will begin the next day with the prosecution taking the lead on most questioning. Family members of those who were lost will also get to ask the suspect questions via Japan's victim participation system. Calling it now. At least one family member will try to murder him. Calling it now. Alongside being able to ask questions directly to the suspect, family members will also have preferential treatment for seating in the courtroom, right in the line of sights,
just behind them.
I just like the idea. Like, remember when Bush was giving that speech and they threw the shoes at him?
The shoe, yeah.
Yeah, I just imagine that, but shuriken, like.
Okay, hold on. The family of 36 people, that should fill the entire fucking courtroom.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Could be a bunch of loners because declining birth rate. From late September to October, witnesses will take the stand for the prosecution to give testimonies. These include witnesses on the scene, Kyoto City firefighters, and the president of Kyoto Animation, Hideaki Hata. The two doctors who performed the psychiatric evaluations will testify in late October. The prosecution and the defense did their own evaluations before the court case to see if Aoba was fit to sit trial due to his extensive injuries and supposed mental state. Yeah, so the nice thing that came out of all this is that they actually came up with new strategies for grafting skin because they just didn't care if he died in the middle of them. Coincidentally, that's also how Japan was convicted of war crimes during World War II in the Sino-Japanese War. Interim statements and arguments from both sides will be presented in early November, while the rest of the month will see the judge and lay judges, members of the public that assist judges in determining guilt. Oh, fuck. That time I got reincarnated as a indecisive judge, right? So they're going to deliberate Aoba's degree of accountability and present their conclusion. So on December 7th, the prosecution's final argument and sentencing requests will be heard alongside the defense's final statement. As previously reported, the final verdict and punishment will be handed down on January 25th with a now confirmed time of around 10:30 a.m. Japan time. So there you go. Look forward to that. Also, if you wanted to support KyoAni, they have opened their online shop to international fans. Most of their products, not all of them, are available to ship to the United States now and across the world, whatever. All right, pickups. Does anybody have any pickups?
Oh, is that my cue?
I have a pickup, a singular pickup from.
Make sure that you stand very carefully.
Yes. Okay. I have.
This is great. You're already in position. Cool.
All right. Yeah. I have a pickup from dear Oh Canada. Footnum gave me his extra copy of Tenchi, the movie trilogy, for my Tenchi pickups.
I feel like,
and that's all I've got.
I feel like the trigger phrase should just be assume the position.
Mega Mug says, Shuri-kun Yamate.
Shooting come.
Luigi Message Force says he should be given a death sentence. Kyoto Animation is not good either. Damn. As someone commented in Shogo's video that Kyoto paid women differently.
Wow, just because somebody commented that, you believe it?
Okay. Why can't you guys just wait till we get there? Like, seriously, like, we have been training your edging for years on this podcast, and you still nut early. Like, despicable.
Your edgelord training is failing, AC. Do
God
better.
Damn it. I restarted my computer.
You're such a failure.
Why?
I guess I had to take care of it again. Because you're such a loser.
So I haven't used it yet, but one of my favorite new uses for AI is you can use Stable Diffusion to make QR codes that don't look like QR codes.
Okay, so Mega Mug picked up the Saga of Time of the Evil books 3, 4, and 5 out of order. 4,
Cool.
3, 5. And I'm using a trackpad, so this is kind of.
You want to make sure
I picked up the Mummy trilogy on 4K Blu-ray combo pack.
What?
This is actually the re-release of the trilogy set because the first I did not like the first
third one was in.
There's only 2 Mummy movies.
Well,
Yeah,
there was a
there's
third one.
It's right here. Yeah. But,
do you remember? Do you remember that?
It was
that
really
scene?
shit, though.
Do you remember that scene in Family Guy where he's like getting that box set, and he's like, "And when you buy that, it comes with this," and he's like, "If that even touches this box set, I will kill you."
the digital code for Ghostbusters.
Yeah. That.
All right. So the first set for the trilogy for this set was like a digipack, but it was like held together with magnets, and the discs were in sleeves. And so, like, the top was completely open. It could just fall out if you tipped it upside down. I was like, fuck that. I don't want that at all.
That is sick.
And so thankfully, this set, I wagered on it, or I gambled on it. So this has a six disc Viva case, and this is a slip case. So the Viva case goes in from the side. So
nice.
Perfect. Exactly what I wanted.
I have a pickup.
I'm gonna down here.
Just wait a minute. Hold on, Reese. My pickup. That's better than I thought I was going. My daughter just came in to give me this hat.
What is it? A flea?
I think it's a spider.
Oh, a spider?
It's a spider in blackface. Woo!
Just a spider on a toilet seat. So, Animetal Thinking 225.
Stacy, is your head full of shit? Oh, we're on to the figures now.
Are you done, Glenn?
And fine figures they are. Am I done? Are you
Animetal Viking 225 got.
Ooh, Animetal Vikings in the Discord now.
Got Albedo and Fubuki.
I think I need you to click on that so I can see a little bit closer.
Oh yeah.
Zoom and enhance.
Right.
Wow. Okay, good. Now Fubuki's hair.
There is nothing wrong with those figures.
There's something interesting happening off screen to the right.
Animetal Viking, we need pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Use Photoshop new AI thing. Yeah. extend the frame.
We have the technology.
It's like zoom and enhance of the movies and shit.
You need a better camera. I can get closer pictures.
I think he's in South Africa. They don't sell good cameras.
That's no excuse.
They steal them.
Make a Mug picked up. Tenchi. Yeah, see, look at even Mega Mug got it. Yeah, look at this. Tenchi GXP.
That's all right. Photoshop can only produce a 1024 by 1024 image, or else it stretches them. So it's all right.
Police Diary 1, Police Diary 2, Police Diary 4, and Police Diary 3. Again, out of order. 4 Mega Mugs. Deluxe.
Maybe that's how they wanted to put them.
Going out for Mega Mug.
Oh.
Yep, same one. Podcast 224.
All right, opening it with Photoshop.
All right. 224.
We're gonna find out what that image is. I'm gonna do it live, and I'm probably gonna regret it.
Stop screen share.
Reese, did your brain just come out of your nose or your butt?
No.
Photoshop is taking its sweet ass time, so I'm just gonna.
This could never happen again. And
we're trying to buy you some time here.
I sure hope you guys have more pickups. I've got
I have no pickups.
Out of the pickups.
I had one. I already shared it.
You have to have significant amounts of money to have pickups.
I do have my Ukraine simping battle.
What the hell? So did you get that from your local school or?
All right, Photoshop is open.
All right.
All right.
He got it from his local white van.
Hey guys, this is what the ice cream truck sells now.
All right, there we go.
No, it's not an ice cream truck. Clearly, it's I support Ukraine. Kids, come over.
Oh god.
It was that Twitter user in the Japanese Communist Party that had the Ukraine flag in the bio.
I support Ukraine. Ukraine is one.
I'm asking the person who posted this, are these prize figures?
All right, here
they
we
look
go.
Familiar.
They appear to be prize figures.
We're gonna
It's
find
the base
out.
that's giving me that feeling.
The
They
bases
look
look a
great.
little bit too. The bases look a little bit more premium than prize figures.
Have you seen a lot of prize figures lately, dude?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
They come with bases like that.
That thick?
All right,
Yeah,
here we go.
Yeah.
That's thick.
Let's line that shit up.
I don't
Here
think
comes. You guys ready?
Fubuki is so tall. It's amazing.
Generative
that they
fill.
would make the base.
Should I type something in or just let it do its thing?
Let it
Just
do
let
its
it do
thing.
its thing.
Wholesome anime figure, please.
Jesus, take the wheel.
I bet you it's gonna say it's against Photoshop's terms of service.
Now watch it be fully X-rated.
Oh no!
No! Wow!
Why do you have a walnut and a testicle?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
No, go back to the other one.
Oh no!
What the
These
hell?
are
Dear
terrible.
Lord.
No,
Whoa.
that first. Zoom in on that. Zoom in on that fake character.
Is this like
That
Full
one.
Metal Alchemist gone extremely wrong?
Oh no!
Is that a hand coming out of the?
Let me try this again. Wholesome
Add Boa Hancock to the
anime figure seated on stairs while shooing away flirtatious men. How do you spell flirtatious? Is there a C in there?
FLIRTATIOUS.
Oh, T. Yeah, that's right. All right. Watch it tell me it can't do
That's
it
the part
because-
you were confused about? Add Boa
Seriously,
Hancock.
what-
Let's try it.
Come on. Yep.
Oh God.
Oh no.
You didn't say female.
Is that fucking Leario from Hunter x Hunter? Oh, no.
Hey guys, Gon's dad finally showed up at the most inopportune moment.
All right, we're gonna try one more. Give me a prompt. What?
Oh God. She's yelling at you.
Give me a prompt.
All
right,
Are you
chat.
talking to
Fine.
us?
Out.
Respectable young
Ani-
woman.
anime
Fuck Ukraine.
anime woman figure sitting on stairs.
Female. You could also add Busty,
Reclining
but that would take balls.
on staircase.
Respectable young harlot shooing away customers.
Thought earning that money.
New to OnlyFans model on
Only-
stage.
I like how his leg ends at the stair. Whoa! I can't-
Well,
I can't decide if none of these are really that good. Okay, back to the show.
It's
wait,
creative,
wait,
but
whoa,
scary.
whoa! We have to do the other side.
I think that's another. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that other one has a tail.
It's a tentacle.
We're about to find out.
Only in your wildest wet dreams, Larry's. Hey, you're assuming she's only that tall? Look at Fubuki. Or he, I don't know.
Fubuki. Fubuki him. And oh no.
It looks like Mr. Pac-Man.
What
but demonic.
Is that?
What? Oh my god! That's Shredder.
Well, that's
Master
a version of Star Wars I never wanted to see. Which one is the one in the front? That's Darth Vader, right? With the tail.
I don't care what is actually on your bookcase. None of them are gonna be as satisfying as what I've got here.
Send this to the chat and like the best.
I'm gonna finish coloring it in, and then we'll get it. We'll post it to the doc.
Send it to Viking fan or whatever.
Yeah, Animetal Viking.
Is this yourself?
All right. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Thank you for sharing your pickups with us.
King Style, I DM'd you the link if you check.
For real, it's in the freaking guest podcast.
King Style, me and Reese went into a race. Mario Karted to invite you. Get in.
Yeah,
here.
I think at least 8 people have sent you the link. So at this point, it's a choice.
At this point, you're going to be worse than Lance, and I don't know how much you want that on
ow. AnimEigo.
Damn, that's putting him really low on the totem pole.
Wow, you are delayed.
So I think we need to go ahead and do another round real quick.
JT and bondage gear? What?
If only I had access to this tool when I was making that.
So wait a minute. You needed access to a tool to put JT in bondage gear?
No, it just would have made it look that much more authentic because it would have corrected the lighting and stuff for me. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and draw this extra one here. We're gonna go ahead and finish. Everybody ready to finish? There you go. Just
I
for
need
JT.
to relax my muscles real quick.
I need an adult.
I can't wait to
If
get
you're a lefty,
3
you must
options
finish
for
first.
brown.
Oh boy.
What
here
else
we
could
go.
possibly be there though? Like, there we go. That's a
I
good
need-
brown. I
about
like
in
that brown.
I need to click on something really fast, but I don't know how I can scroll up quick with the mouse with the trackpad.
That sounds like you're trying to get something off your screen before your dad walks in.
No,
I need to scroll
I'm
up really
trying-
fast, but I don't know if I can go fast enough.
A race
that
against
one.
time. A young man's chaste image. Dear Lord, we're leaving it. Okay, generative fill. Here you go, JT. This is for you. The prompt should just be, don't tell me what to do.
Fuck the police.
Don't take me
So
wrong, but if I
slow.
walked into someone's house and I saw
Inexcusably
this
slow.
figure collection, I would actually be impressed.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Fuck.
Wait, what?
I left the strip of pixels. All right, there you go. All right, back to it. Let's get it. Let's go. All right.
Wow.
All right, so
Nope, that's not what I was clicking.
So AnimEigo is going to launch their Kickstarter campaign for Macross II. So they announced at Animazement last week that AnimEigo is going to launch their Kickstarter campaign for Macross II this summer. The company will reveal more details at its panel at the Otakon event, which will take place on July 28th and 30th. All right.
I like good stuff coming up.
Shoot, I haven't seen Macross 1, so I'm fucked.
All right.
They still haven't announced that stupid Kickstarter that he teased like a year ago.
That's the one.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a different one.
What?
He came out and
Oh yeah, that's right. He said it's not Macross. That's right.
He said specifically it wasn't Macross related.
Sick, King Style. You got in here with your avatar. Thank you. Now
Right
I can,
on, man.
Now I can
What's
work
up?
on that.
Finally.
On that avatar thing for the podcast clips forthcoming. All right. Vinland Saga creator Makoto Yukimura is going to make his first U.S. appearance at San Diego Comic-Con in 2023. So if you needed to see him, or if there was like a revenge plot with assassination desires, that's where he'll be.
Let's not go that. He's a good guy. I like his music.
Sorry, boss, I'm late.
That's all right, buddy. Also, just a heads up, the snarky attitude you were getting from seemingly me in the comments. I'm looking for the specific one so I can call out. This one. This was not me. I did not say this. This is
prove it.
Presumably Reese.
Well, I don't know who it is, but I'm not gonna. We're
That's
not going to court for it. It's all good, man.
All right, so Anime Expo is going to screen the U.S. premieres for the new Rurouni Kenshin anime, and Rascal does not dream of a sister venturing out. Woohoo! So
what?
Kenshin is going to be on July 3rd at 10 a.m. in the main event stage of the Los Angeles Convention Center, probably Hall B. And Rascal Does Not Dream of a Sister Venturing Out is going to be that night at the JW Marriott Platinum Ballroom at 6:30 p.m. That's the news. Moving on. Aniplex is also going to have Fate, Strange, Fake, Whispers of Dawn premiering Saturday, July 1st at 7 p.m. in the main events, presumably Hall B. And The Eminence in Shadow Season 2 is going to have its world premiere at Anime Expo. The subtitled screening is going to be July 1st at 12:15 p.m. on Saturday. And Tuesday, July 4th at 11 a.m., they're going to do the dub screening. But it's for the show that's season 2. So it's probably not that hype because you already know what they sound like. All right. Skipping over that other shit.
Oh, yeah, I also did that thing, AC.
What thing?
That you asked.
Yes, I see.
Yeah, I did that. That's
Nice.
part of the reason. Also, the fucking internet being a bitch.
It's cool, man. I appreciate it. You have not let me down. Thank you. Oh, I removed you. I'm sorry. You have not let me down.
I'll call.
You're fired.
Into the home he goes. What home? Oh, shit.
So, the Sandland anime film has revealed a poster visual and 5 additional voice actors. I don't care about the voice actors, but here's the poster for Akira Toriyama's Sandland. There you go. That's the thing. Also, Shin-chan is also getting a CGI, animation
movie.
Which, despite it being CGI, looks pretty good. It raises the stakes. It feels like Marvel meets Jack Bauer in 24 meets Shin-chan. Like it feels very strange.
It looks
the feels like this is going to have a crossover with Steven Universe and just be a dirty adventure.
It's like he's saving the world with his ass dance. Anyway,
what studio is doing this? Do we know?
They should play I'm an ass man. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Stand By Me, Doraemon, and
Lupin the Third, the First.
Presumably, it does not look like that though.
I would imagine.
Hold on.
I would imagine.
Took about 7 years to produce.
Holy shit!
Yeah, Shirogumi is the one working on it. It does not. It looks closer to the Dragon Ball superhero one. I mean, we could look at a quick. Yeah, the stakes are so high in it. He pilots a giant robot with his ass.
Of course.
Yeah.
And does he fart when it shoots
anyway, yeah. So it just,
lasers?
yeah.
Does he do the fusion dance with another boy to do more fart dances?
He should do the fusion dance with Butt Detective.
Oh, God.
All right. Child body mutilation activists claim that Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse's Gwen Stacy is transgender.
What the hell kind of activist is that?
Right.
So does that mean canonically that this is actually a biological male and therefore the webbing is semen?
Yes.
That's the headcanon I live in from now on.
Oh my God, it's a modern day Bayonetta.
So these are the words of Bounding into Comics. Numerous body mutilation activists took to social media to claim Gwen Stacy in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is transgender. I mean, there's quite a lot of evidence to lend to their claim, unlike Yamato in One Piece and whatnot. But let's hear them out. So Twitter user Gray pardon, let me try that again. Twitter user Gray Fox Leia posted on Twitter, Gwen Stacy is trans. Her whole arc is a trans allegory. The colors of the trans flag. The user then added, but most telling, her white cop dad wears the trans colors on his uniform. No fucking cop is that much of an ally unless they have a trans family member. So there you go.
Or it's just a fucking movie with absurd people.
Dad was white, a white cop. Why did she say a white cop? Why was that?
It also says protect trans kids with the trans flag above her doorway.
Yeah, in the background, because these animators are like, well, we got to put some publicity stunt in here so that fucking people will.
They argue
that's probably their best evidence. But...
Yeah, so they were arguing that her the flag color and her colors, like she's got like the color in her hair and everything, that she has the trans flag in her design. And I do appreciate this canon because it is true. Hence the reason Miles represents a certain flag too.
Right, exactly.
And Spider-Man, of course.
That sounds good.
It is historically accurate after all.
Yeah, I remember, man, guys, I remember that comic issue and that episode of Spider-Man. Man, that was crazy, right? The lost episode or chapter of Spider-Man.
So I just want to say real quick that I stole these from the Daily the Bugle Daily on Twitter. So just throwing that out there. These genius takes were from him.
Totally different.
Just didn't want to steal that valor. Yeah. Anyway,
the other thing is the cops emblem thing. Like, I mean, it might be a subtle like reference to the flag, I suppose, but like the whole thing, if you've seen the movie, is while they're in her universe, the art style is mimicking the comic book, which is really like painterly, like colors and all this stuff. So his like emblem, that's not a trans flag on his shoulder, that's just his or on his chest, whatever that is.
Ornament?
It's just, yeah,
like
it's just a normal
yeah.
cop thing that happens that when you apply the filter to,
you're right. Okay,
like the world,
so that means
like that.
You're 100% right. Her dad does not support her transness. How do you explain away protect trans kids?
That one you cannot. That was,
thank you for taking the time. Thank you for taking the time to debunk 1 out of 4 images.
Well, I mean, the other two are just like oh, they use the colors in the universe. Her whole costume.
That's why in the first movie when they were in Miles' universe, he was running around gassing the Jews. The user then added, by the way, I'm cool with shoving trans, queer, and people of color characters down y'all's throats. If you don't like it, you have shitty taste, and someone has to give you something with fucking flavor. Can't just have salt on everything.
Yeah, yes, you can actually. Salt makes everything taste better, quite frankly.
Yeah. Scientifically proven that it actually is the best ingredient.
But like, they always do this. Like, obviously, this was some sort of mandate from like the producers or the directors. Like, hey, shove some trans like quote up in her fucking room so that we got to meet that quota.
And I don't even think it was quoted. I think it was the director or who, the whole team working on this just wanted to shove this down your throat, so to speak.
Yeah, or that.
I didn't seen this movie. I didn't think the first one was that good. In terms of like, I thought that the effect worked great in the trailer, but boy, was it exhausting throughout the whole movie. And it like really gave itself away in terms of like the stylistic things where like the wrinkles on the face were like a good inch away from the actual face and all that. Like that just like I wanted it to be so much cooler than that, but it really just felt like a cheap sort of effect that was being utilized in a clever way. Like I don't mean to diminish it, the overall look of it, and to say that it wasn't being cleverly utilized, but I wanted it to be more than just stuff that I'm like, oh, I can see how they did that, like from a VFX artist standpoint. So I found it very disappointing that angle because I wanted it to be, more. I wanted to be blown away the whole movie, and instead I was kind of bored with the effects again. So anyway, what were you gonna say, Lance?
I want to put the thought process that, like, does anyone feel like this? This isn't a knock one way or the other, LGBTQ or anything. I want to put forth a legitimate question. Do you think that the creators of this movie had the thought process of like, what is the possibility more than anything? They're like, okay, if we throw this in there, this will just be an attention grab. Because it's a great way
it
for
feels
them
deliberate
just to
to
get
me.
positive.
I mean, I'm looking
negative.
at 4 images here, and I'm basing my entire opinion on that. But it looks real deliberate.
But AC, literally one of them has an issue. The other 3 aren't an issue.
One of them,
yeah, but no,
is the fucking compass to the map that decodes the rest of them. Okay,
but
the thing, what I'm trying to say
it's
is
not
that,
exactly
like, if you
subtle.
really support something, you're obvious about
Lance.
it. I get that, but I'm saying you're not subtle about something you literally support. Why be subtle about it?
Oh,
this is not subtle. I don't.
Just give me a second. Okay, the other 3, that one is not subtle. Yes, I agree. It's the trans flag. And
one is not subtle. One is
there was also Lance. Oh my god. There was the other image of like the BLM thing on Miles's backpack. Okay, so clearly they're putting like these images in the movie for a purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
activism.
The other 3 pictures in this tweet, okay, all just show the theme of the world is colored in those colors. And those colors are her colors.
Sure.
Like her whole costume is that.
Show me the comic and how the comic that predates gender ideology uses the exact colors that went on to become the flag. Right, and here's a better, like, more clear image so you can see that they were clearly going for this, right?
Oh, I don't argue that one. That is obvious. Like you can't.
Yeah,
argue
I'm just sharing this for everybody else to see it, right? Like what's going on here, right?
Google Spider-Gwen #1. It came out in February of 2015. Is that
that's after the cutoff?
That's after the cutoff.
Spider-Gwen #1.
Yeah.
So, hello again.
Of course, I hit back.
Yeet yourself.
Page.
Okay, are you talking about this Spider-Gwen?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is where like they got the design, and you can already tell on the cover what the art style is for this comic.
So she got like the chanclas, or no, they're ballet slippers, right?
They're not ballet slippers. They were in the first movie. In this one, they're kind of more like flip-floppy things, but they're not flip-flops, but they're like, anyway, they're not ballet slippers, but they were in the first movie. That was a change to the character.
They look like Crocs.
They're more like they look like just slip-ons. That's what they look like. But
I
But so
100% believe that even in the first movie, they were canonically trying to make Gwen Stacy trans. I 100%. I mean, fucking look at her.
That's from the second movie.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. To me, it's not there. Like, maybe I'm being naive. Clearly, the colors are the trans flag. I don't know when the trans flag started, but they're also like what a girl's costume would be if you wanted to make a girl Spider-Man and them not be red and blue. You know what I mean? Like, so like pink and cyan were picked for the trans flag for a reason. And so to say with a broad brush, like anything that uses her costume's colors is clearly pushing a trans agenda, I think that's a stretch.
Miles gay for that one, bro. Yeah. So they've clearly been trying to work trans activism into Spider-Man for a while, with the game series having all that, you know, activism shit in it as well. So it's not exactly new, you know. Yeah, this was you're right. So the first movie, they were ballet slippers. And then
yeah, in the first movie, they changed the design from the comics to be specifically ballet slippers, rather than like little slip-on.
Right.
In the comics,
I prefer the ballet slippers, but
and then in the second movie, she gets like
in the comics,
actual sneakers.
She's not convincingly trans. In the movie,
sneakers,
yes.
But in the movie, I don't think she's trans. She's just they're trying to make her character the like alternative.
How do you make her trans?
I'm having power issues.
That's
So I may get kicked out here, but like literally the lights are flickering in my house.
I am his issues.
So in the movie, they're trying to make her, in the first movie, they're trying to make her the like distant, like mysterious alternative girl, right? To mainstream. And that's, I think, the look they're going for, not trans.
I'm just saying it could go either way, because
they're going for woke as fuck.
I mean, she's just so classically beautiful, right?
I mean, point to another female model in the movie. I think all the characters aren't really all that.
They're pretty
good
ugly,
looking.
right?
Yeah.
I'm
with.
What about Peter Porker, huh? Anyway, all right. So I think the point has been made. I don't even think we really need to read the rest of it, but we can. I'll do it for you.
Let's not. No, we've covered it.
Yeah, I think it was intentional. I think this is what they're going for. That's just my take. I didn't see the movie. I don't care. And except for the fact that they're giving it, like, they're making these movies to bring children into, you know, like it is a grooming thing. That I do very much care about that.
Hold on. I'll continue this by just saying, in the movie, there was nothing, at least in part one, I guess we'll see what happens in part two. There was nothing in part one that said the character was trans at all. Beyond that one poster and the fact that her costume is the colors of the trans flag, which you want to say is or is not a thing, whatever. But beyond that poster that you might probably never have actually saw in the movie because you weren't paying attention, there's nothing character-wise or plot-wise that would give away that she's trans. A lot of people are saying, like, oh, she hides herself and blah, blah, blah.
So,
and that's why she's trans, because she's an allegory of hiding one's true self. But that's literally all superheroes. So that argument was stupid,
what I would, again, like, this is not something that I care to argue whether she is or isn't in the canon of the movie. I think that is something that they're pushing. Maybe they have pushed it only to a degree for people's headcanons to go one way or the other. I don't really care. That's not the thing that I am bothered by about this. I don't care that that a trans character exists in a movie I'm not going to go see. That's not something I give a shit about. The part that bothers me is the grooming aspect of it, because when you put BLM on the backpack, right, of the first movie, and you put what does it say? Support trans kids, or what does it say?
I don't think that was the
protect
first movie.
trans
that was
kids.
The second. That's
Whatever
the
it was,
movie.
it doesn't matter. The point is that when you put these things into the movie, kids go see the movie. Maybe they don't even notice the sign on here, right? Maybe they don't even notice it. But when the internet culture runs with it the way that they have and puts a magnifying glass on it, people who that's their favorite character, right? This opens up a Pandora's box to them. That these children who, children are children until they're 18, right? Just to be clear, like some of these people, when I say children, I'm not talking about like 2-year-olds necessarily. You know what I mean? That a lot of these people from age 0 to 18, right, are being put into a place where they're vulnerably being exposed to
social pressure,
things such as activism from the left, right? So trans activism,
I see your point.
BLM activism, right? And then that creates for them, because but Spider-Man supports this, therefore I support this, kind of thing.
I see your point, but that's the equivalent of me saying, oh, they put sex like in the stars of Lion King, so now I'm gonna go have sex. Now kids are gonna go have sex.
I think that's a little different.
That's a lot more vague and less on the nose than a sign reading out literal English letters.
Let me undo close tab all these things just in case I decide.
And I believe it was SFX.
Well, that's what they argued. That's what they claimed it was. But I don't believe that for a second, because again, I have a degree in animation. I've worked on these projects. I know what it's like. These long hours, especially during
also, it just doesn't make any sense. Why would they write SFX in the stars? Like,
okay, let me,
I really like you to know that SFX exists. What? Okay.
Well, because special effects is God, I don't even know if I can show this.
But it would be one thing if they used the.
So you guys know Maya and Maya the Bee,
stars, but they animated that.
Are you familiar with the anime Maya the Bee that got turned into like a Western property? Basically, just took it over, right? They localized it over here. They started making their own. So there's a dick in this log.
The weed should have been growing somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So I'm just saying, in animation, people get bored. Okay.
Oh my God.
And I'm telling you right now, having worked in VFX, I have seen a lot of texture files. And sometimes you write notes to yourself, you draw pictures of dicks, whatever it is, in the texture file. Now, in the case of this texture file, this was probably meant to not be on camera. And what could have happened, I'm not saying this is what happened, but what could have happened is the technical director was looking at this in the preview window and said, you know what? I think it would be a better composition if we move the camera over here. So they moved the camera and all the characters over to that spot for the scene. And then when they render it, all shit, there's a dick there, right? Now, another thing that could have happened is that they moved the log into scene and did not delete the transform history on it. And so the UVs slid around. The UVs are the coordinates for which the polygon correlates to the texture map. And so you can move the texture accidentally if you don't delete those transform histories, and that can cause something like this to appear on screen. Now, this to me looks deliberate. The placing, it's just a little bit too perfect, right? With the stuff here. So I think it's probably was deliberate, but it probably was originally planned for a portion of the scene where you would not see it, or it would be very hard to see intentionally. Like it would be a joke. You could be like, I put a dick on that log. See, you can see, oh yeah, that does kind of look like a dick. Wow, I can't believe it. Here, let me show you the texture. Oh, isn't that funny? Right? That's probably what that was supposed to be. But then they, oh fuck, they put it on camera, right? So anyway, I'm just saying that sex in the clouds from Disney, boners with the Little Mermaid,
Come on,
wedding scene or whatever.
Dude, it really sounds like Genie says, what he says in Aladdin.
Take your clothes off.
I think he says good teenagers.
Yeah. I think there's a sequence. There's a sequence in Aladdin where you hear the person whisper, "Take your clothes off," right? Like it's clear as day. Yeah, like look. So there's definitely different departments, probably have different things going into it. But the older Disney stuff, such as the specific example that was brought up, such as sex in The Lion King being written in the stars, right? That was probably more than likely just a individual working. Look, animating frame by frame little particles is one of the most mind-numbingly awful jobs that there is. It's one of the first ones we use computers for to get over having to do it. So having to do that frame by frame, people have to keep themselves entertained. So they'll spell out their name. I had a teacher in college who worked at Blizzard when they were building out World of Warcraft, and there was a font pack that they had that were the runes rather of the language that they invented, right? So you could type whatever you wanted and it would type out in that font, right? So he developed areas where there was a staircase and there were runes written across every step of the staircase, and it's just his name over and over again, because what else are you going to type there? Lorem ipsum text, So people do that stuff. And sometimes it has like a nefarious feeling to it. Sometimes it doesn't. Like when you just put your name over and over again, right? It's sometimes a little Easter egg. And it's one of those things where being creative is very hard, especially when you're paid to do it and you have to constantly churn out new things. So in the case of making something that, like, I need to put some sort of texture here. Oh, here, let's take that font, my name over and over. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how this industry is. This is much more overt than that. This is deliberate, in your face, right? So I do not think it is the same thing as sex in the clouds or whatever with whatever. Don't worry about
sex
that.
In the cloud with diamonds.
Don't worry about that running out of space recording message, Lance. It says that to me every single podcast.
Okay.
So anyway, how am I breaking NDA, JT?
What fuck?
What project did I describe that I worked on? Kids should not be
also,
on social
what
media. Totally
the
did.
hell did you do ADA for?
No, he says NDA, non-disclosure.
NDA, non-disclosure agreement with who?
He's saying, like, so when you
mention
work
anything
in
specific.
Yeah, when you work in the movie business and animation, you typically, as part of your like onboarding to any project, sign a non-disclosure agreement. But I didn't talk about any projects that I specifically worked on.
Specific job.
That's what I'm saying. This is the most pathetic threat I've ever heard. Oopsie. All right. Can't forget then Woody called when Woody called Buzz Lightyear Mr. Light Beer when he tried to prove to Woody he could fly. I don't remember that.
All right, Mr.
fun.
Lightyear, prove it. That was a joke for adults.
That's hilarious. That's called the double entendre. And during the Gwen protect trans kids scene,
that was far better
than Oh, okay. So hold on.
It was far better than the dick jokes in Frozen.
Okay. Fair point. So that I guess I should have said the key. I used compass. I was trying to think about like on a map you have like a key that tells you what the icons on the map mean. But yes, this is a poor choice of words apparently. No, I did not use map for a particular reason.
Ooh.
Now I wish I hadn't.
Oh, maybe you did. Maybe you did. You're putting you're grooming our audience into thinking that the maps should be accepted.
I think it's a little bit already like JT's already there. I just want to recall
JT.
There's a pattern.
She's underage. JT's
there is a pattern of behavior from
God.
JT. I think he's trying to tell us something. Hence
Okay,
his attraction to Mars Girl.
Okay, JT. So, look, he's trolling. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Sure.
When you comment edgy, it's not sexy, no, yes, just randomly. You're not talking to anyone. You're just spamming the chat. Don't do it. Like, if you're gonna comment, make it make sense. Like, okay.
Make it make sense and not be cringe.
Well, you can be cringe. Just
you better have fun
in the chat with calling out comments. This one trans individual for not actually being.
Good. The character isn't trans anyway. It doesn't matter.
All right. So this person says people say Gwen being trans is a stretch, but I can confirm it's true in canon because I am Gwen Stacy and I am trans. Have a good day. Well, solid logic there, person.
I want to make my last comment on this for now. Because I've seen several different versions of the trans flag, and at this point, isn't damn near every color in the rainbow in it? So
no.
Going back to what Random 11 was saying earlier, can't you just make the argument, or would anyone try to make the argument? They probably would, that any combination of colors, because
there's so many.
It doesn't make any sense to say that these colors represent
you're
this.
Confusing the pride flag with
and
the trans
because
flag.
It's like there's way too many colors in that spectrum to be
hold on.
The pride flag.
No, you don't understand. Let me pull this back up. We've got our handy dandy key.
I just want to be clear on that.
Just a reminder to everyone: the rainbow naturally does not also include black, brown, and pastel colors.
Yeah, but
Roy G. Bill.
The trans flag is something specific. It's that.
Yeah, it's
right?
this.
No, it's not the rainbow. The rainbow is the pride flag, and then they've added.
It's that I've seen the trans. I've seen the rainbow used for it though.
Lance?
Yeah, when it has the fucking diamond on the fucking corner of it.
They added the trans flag to the pride flag to make a new combination LGBT flag. Okay. So that's what you're seeing. But when you say, oh, well, they're adding colors to the trans flag. No, the trans flag is something specific. It's got 3 colors. That's it.
So skipping further.
I never said they were adding colors. I was just.
Also, I just like throwing this out there. Sony made this movie. Also, attention to all cis. We have already claimed Gwen Stacy as ours. There is nothing you can do. The trans army will not relent to any discourse. Pray we do not claim any more of your superheroes. Also, I mean, come on, she's named Gwendolyn. Let's be real for 1 second. You saying that name is gay?
Oh, come on. That's a...
Also, the Pope is in this article for some reason.
Yeah. But how brave of you to claim a character that isn't yours?
Brave.
Just make your own. Oh, wait, that never works because anytime they make their own, it's freaking ugly and disgusting and nobody actually wants it. Like, remember that stupid, like,
oh, you know what
Heroes?
Would be a great thing to throw in here just so I don't have to cover it, except for the fact that none of this is going to fit. Never mind. I won't do it right now. We'll cover it next podcast. Cool. Anyway. All right, let's move on from here. We've done our due diligence somewhat. I really just wanted to show Nazi Spider-Man. Because that was fucking hilarious. All right, anyway. So in anime news, One Piece TV anime enlists Henry Thurlow as the first ever foreign episode director. So this is the guy who used to work at Arte Stagio He got picked up by Toei Animation. So it's kind of interesting that they're branching out. I mean, they've done enough episodes now, right? That they've done enough episodes now that I guess it's going to happen eventually, right? Especially with the declining population in Japan.
When I was a kid, I thought it would be amazing if I could draw or animate for an anime. As an adult, the more Westerners that they have in
the fucking worse it gets, right?
Yeah, it's like, no. Now he might be good, I don't know, but it's just the more influence that Westerners get, you get foreign teachers teaching trans shit to kids. That's what you get. So to me it's no, don't do that.
So he's directing
not
and he's also an
this.
animator for it because he works at Toei as an animator. So anyway, interestingly, the black fellows who run the art stagio weren't asked. Seems kind of racist, Toei, to go for the white employee to poach the white employee. Anyway, so that's happening. It's going to be episode 1066. Mark of the
Join
beast.
him in 3 for 1069.
All right. Anyway, so no longer allowed in another world. TV anime sets 2024 premiere with new visual and trailer. So I like the idea. Where... I hope this gets licensed as canceled in another world. I hope it gets localized that way.
Before we get into the premise, I hope it's just this person keeps getting reincarnated. So the god has to keep sending him to other worlds because, no, fuck you, get him out of here.
Imagine how much a fuck up you have to be that dragons and cyclopses and werewolves and skeleton men are canceling you.
He touched my club, Jerry. And the dragon goes, no, it was my tail.
A second life in another world with cute girls by your side and video gamey power sounds like a dream, right? Not so for a certain melancholy author who would quite literally rather drop dead. Honestly, all the fantastical adventure is just getting in the way of his poetic dream of finding the perfect place to die. But no matter how much he risks his hide, everything seems to keep turning out okay. Will our terminally depressed hero find a new lease on life in his cheerfully bleak isekai comedy? What's it called again? No longer allowed in another world? I like mine better. Canceled in another world.
That synopsis made me not want to watch it.
It's true. Mine was better.
Still watch it.
Ishura TV anime reveals 3 more characters and casts. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, there's 3 characters. Well, there's only 2 characters that matter, and there they are. So I didn't realize Toka left Tokyo Ghoul to be in a new series, but I'll allow it.
Nice.
All right. Also, the horror romance webtoon Red Fox by Hama Jongjak is getting an animated adaptation produced by Anna Plus and released on Korean streaming service Loftel. There you go. That's news. So if you liked your vampires covered in blood for some reason, what is happening above you? Is this like in Blade when they go to the club and they have the sprinklers?
The fire systems using blood.
That's a comment.
What's the comment?
Oh,
nice. Whoa. It's like the secrets to the universe are being given. And there's a phone number. Go back. What's the country code? +91? I bet it's not in the Middle East.
Wow.
All right, anyway.
So Pornbat 9000 has a show tonight, apparently.
It seems the author of No Longer Allowed in Another World might be making a self-insert character. I think that's what you meant.
You mean
found out that King K
gonna
supports cancel culture, including the canceling of Vic Mignogna. Who's King K?
King Kong?
King K. Rool?
Call it, you cowards.
What?
Do it yourself, you coward.
Here we go.
I
have a Google voice just for these occasions.
Remember to *69 it.
That's not how that works.
You know, I'm happy that someone else knows at least that joke. Star
All right.
69 that.
Suspected spam. It's all I get on my Google Voice.
No shit.
Calls.
King K makes a bunch of video game reviews. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Bunch of retrospectives on old video games. I don't know.
All right, here we go. What's the number?
Watch your language.
91
86
dash
86
Lance, be quiet.
0786054. That work? Damn, it's not letting me. It doesn't let me call it. It sees it as having too many digits. I don't think I can call from here.
Leave the 9-1 off of it.
No, I just randomly call somebody at 9:44
How
at
is it
night.
supposed to?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
It's got.
Hi, you're on live TV. You've won nothing.
The individual code, the regional code, and the area code, and then 9-1 is on top of it. It's like, what's that 9-1 supposed to be?
That's the country code for international calls. All right. Anyway, are we
Get
really
that
at
shit
this?
off the
Cool. We
screen.
are. Okay.
Never made
Demon
an
Slayer
international call before, Reese?
Thanks. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Swordsmith Village arc is getting a 70-minute finale episode. It's going to air on June 18th.
That's next weekend.
Father's Day.
Cool.
Yep.
Anyway, moving on. I sure am glad we're not covering these next week. Okay. Fairy Tail's Hiro Mashima launches his new manga Dead Rock on July 6th.
Man loves to draw.
Something tells me it's not going to do as well. Just, I don't know. It's missing some ballistic.
Everything I feel like he's been a part of since Fairy Tail.
Some ballistic toting heroin.
Yeah. Also, the Nisekoi manga is getting a new story set 10 years later. Isn't this the story where the character gets cucked? So 10 years later, he killed himself or whatever, right?
Don't spoil the end of the manga. God, I want to know whose key it was.
We should have had FDM in here so he could spoil it for us.
This is a great place to put the key. The keyhole.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Turns out the key to her heart is a little soft there.
All right, let's catch up on this chat. Mirage has yet to watch Demon Slayer.
What a loser.
I don't know if you noticed, but there is no plus on the keypad that I was using.
What a moron.
Watch you call it an eye pickup.
Was that your
King
number?
K basically said F Vic, essentially saying that he supports cancel culture. I responded saying that I can't support someone like that and that I wished him luck in his future endeavors. Then he blocked me outright, no skin off my bones, and it says more about him than it does about me. It sure seems like people are quick to.
You leave them with best wishes and like, wee!
It's like, have a nice life. It's like, fuck you. Yeah. Yeah. It seems like people now that the court case is basically dead in the water, have decided to lick their wounds and attempt to appease the cancel culture that they were fighting. Like, maybe they won't remember that I opposed them and they won't come after me next.
I don't even see any content of King K's that has anything to do with anime. So, but I don't know. Maybe you're talking about someone else.
I don't know. All right, cool.
We're not
Back to this. Should we tell Foodnum to get his ass ready for the pounding? Boogiepop Supernatural light novel series is returning after a 4-year hiatus. So they team up again, the author and illustrator.
Oh, Persona 5. Sorry,
that's right. Don't worry, we're
that
getting
that might be what King K was talking about.
Oh, possibly. Okay. Tales of Series manga canceled. after artist found trashing the series in old tweets. So Japan has figured out how to handle this.
Yep.
An artist who goes by Pudding a la mode, recently started working as the official artist for a Tales of series for Koma manga. But he was seemingly let go, and the manga was canceled after old tweets from the artist trashing the series 7 years ago were discovered. The screen cap shows Piran a la mode retweeting a Tales
I just
of
love the idea
series
of that
account,
GIF that they put for it.
announcing his involvement as the new artist for a 4-Koma manga. After landing the job, it didn't take long for a Twitter user to dig into his past and find his disdain for the series back in 2015, where he said Symphonia is a kusoge with Zelos being too hot. This is your, like...
What the fuck?
This is your biting criticism? So kusoge means shit game in Japanese. So Symphonia is a shit game with Zelos being too hot. Why you fired this guy over that? Rebirth is a kusoge that just has that granny popura. These are like valid criticisms, except for the being too hot part. Abyss is a kusoge that just has a cute Natalia. In the end, it doesn't change the fact that they're all shit games. I will say one thing. Tales of Zestiria's Edna is so cute. And Zavid is so handsome. But the game is still a shit game. So Bandai Namco canceled the 4-Koma manga without getting into any specific details or even mentioning the artist Purin a la mode, just that it was due to circumstances. But the company did mention that all the previous work has been removed. Huh. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out here. They only said the games were shit.
I want to make.
They kind of liked all the characters except for Granny Popura.
It's funny that he mentions the two games that a lot of.
You can keep talking.
What? Why'd you just stop talking?
I'm guessing you guys can't hear me anymore.
I hear you.
We can still hear you. What are you talking about?
Every word, every unfortunate word.
Okay, all right, wow. Well, I thought you guys were acting like either y'all couldn't hear me or something. I was like,
we're waiting for you to finish your sentence.
Ever, or I'm in
That might be
that bad.
We don't interrupt you
I read
mid-sentence like
part
you
of
do.
this the other
I like
day,
how Lance
and
thinks that when we aren't interrupting him, it means that we don't hear him. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, I kind of assume at this point. What I was going to say is it's funny that the two that he mentioned at the bottom there was Zestria and which one was the other one?
Arise.
He said he hated Symphonia, which
Abyss
is going to get him a Q1 to kick his ass, I'm sure.
Symphonia is shit. Rebirth is shit. Abyss is shit. And Zestiria, Edna's cute, but is also shit. All right, cool.
Yeah, it amazes me because Zillia is hated by some of the fans so bad that I actually got it for free at a GameStop, and two of my friends told me to leave it at the counter, and I'm like, no, I'm not. But they were just like, hey, we'll give this one to you.
Just take it out of our store. So Akira Toriyama's Sandland is also getting a game adaptation that looks exactly like the movie, if you ask me.
As all it came
This looks like a Star Wars knockoff thing.
Actually, it doesn't look as good as the movie in terms of the background scenery.
Uh-oh, turn them around.
So it just needs sand to be considered a knockoff of Star Wars?
Hey, he's here. Speaking of dicks.
Wow.
Wow.
Shows how much
Warm
you care
welcome.
to know.
Warm welcome.
Go, guys, go back to that. Go back 2 images. It was fucking what's his name from Dragon Ball Super? The delivery man. Look on the right. Look on the over the dude's shoulder.
Monaka?
He's in both images. Yeah, it's oh my god, you remember his name. I hated him. I just forgot his name.
He's missing the nipples. It's
Once
not
again,
him.
Akira copy pasted his fucking character.
AC would know.
He's wearing a shirt for the first time in his life. Oh God, is he who you got to check your shirt for the breast check? Never mind. Oh my God, this looks terrible. He needs to stick to his roots here.
I don't know. I feel like he's kind of overplayed his roots.
I think these are his roots. So
I was
why are
talking
they
about, like,
holding
the
in
OG
this
dragon.
massive dump in their tail? Is that a counterbalance thing?
Wow.
Or is that so they float? Dude, this is right. This is literally in Dragon Ball. This like mech.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, the thing Bulma rides in, or the Red Ribbon Army uses.
I think Bulma rides in it. Might be I think there is a Red Ribbon Army.
Well,
one.
she does have a similar. If it's what I'm thinking, she does have a similar one, and the Red Ribbon Army used one similar to that. I think that's where she got the design.
Anyway, it looks pretty legit. I cannot believe how many fucking images there are. Holy shit! How many times are we gonna? Is it the entire trailer just in?
Is this
in
Sankaku
frames?
Complex you're using?
Yes.
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh my god, it's still going.
That was.
Woo, we made it. Wow.
That was a prequel.
All right, thank you. Okay, Atlas West leaks Persona 3 Reload and Persona 5 Tactica trailers. All right, I'm certain that there were comments. So I guess this is about King
Reload
K.
looks pretty fun. Yeah.
He was talking about Persona 3 the remake that was announced recently. Okay, I have some good news potentially for you. Literally everybody got recast. So Zeno Robinson is playing. Vic's
What about Vic
character.
Mignogna?
Everyone includes.
Believe it or not,
is Vic
included
in everyone?
in the human race. So when you say everyone,
he does.
He
qualify.
is not standing alone on the sidelines, not included in your classification of who got recast. Anyway, so there you go. It's all of them. Footum, you have anything you want to say? And there's also Persona 5 Tactica.
Well, Persona 5 Tactica, I hate the art style, but I know the gameplay is actually going to be fun because I'm a sucker for tactical RPGs.
How many kids do
Persona
you think
5
summoned their persona, or like rather killed themselves in the name of
in real
Persona
life?
3?
Is that
Yeah.
what we need to use as a new euphemism? Summoning our persona?
Bro, that is such an old euphemism for it. That's
I don't
older than become an hero.
Damn. Well, no one ever used it around me.
I've
apparently.
never. I'll be honest. I have never.
Is
heard
this
it.
Hitler?
He wears no, it's not, but he wears a red band around his arm.
Yeah, I assume it's part of their school uniform, but
okay.
Yeah, it is. But
Katana Hitler over here.
Hey, Footnum, did you notice when the character?
What, Lance?
Footnum, did you
Lance
notice
is
right
having
before
internet
this scene that
problems,
AC's showing as they're coming in? It's like this.
I did notice
It's like
that.
this
Yes.
blah is what I heard.
Just yes, Lance. Yes. Let's move on.
There's a. Well, Random 11 keeps breaking
my
up for me really
God.
bad.
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
me
save
that's
you
breaking
here.
up.
Everyone else sounds
Lance,
fine.
it's actually your connection.
You're like 3 seconds behind everybody else, Lance.
Okay, hold up. I propose this.
Okay.
I'll give a little breakdown. Then
Is
after
it?
Lance can give me the Q&A on.
I'm sorry to say, Lance,
don't
but it's
know,
closer to
Red.
5 to 10 seconds.
All right, so
Of course,
so
you're never good at
regarding
Footnum
Persona
setup.
3,
Yeah.
as we've established on previous episodes, the Persona 3 remaster that released like however long ago is hot garbage, and now the reloaded version, which I guess is a remake rather than just a remaster with like an actual remaster of like doing everything with the ground up new models and stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, that's basically what it is. But the problem is, it still sucks because, well, they're recasting all the voices. It's like, bro, even if you just wanted to replace Vic, we could have at least had like Yuri Lowenthal and I think Michelle Ruff and all the rest of the cast.
Right.
But that aside, let's pretend that whatever, that's not a big deal. They're not including the FES content. So Persona 3, then Persona 3 was re-released as FES, which has extra content. Persona 4 the Golden later releases with extra content. They do this with every new game. And they are not releasing it with FES content, apparently. So it's like, god damn it, even when we get the thing that has way better gameplay and graphics, we can't get the full package. If they at least
and we
release
want
it as
full
some sort of...
package.
Yeah, they don't give us full package Fuda when we want it. Okay, so what is it? So basically, I just think at least if they release it as some sort of like update, maybe I'll forgive them. If they update as a DLC you can buy, I'll be pissed, but I'll buy it. But yeah, other than that, I'm just so frustrated. I'm so frustrated with that list treatment with Persona 3.
I'll vote with my wallet.
Megan Mug knows what's up.
So
yeah, anyway, that's basically
what they could have
breakdown.
done. What they could have done, in my opinion, is just come up with just take FES and just modernize the graphical part of the game. Upgrade the audio quality, that kind of stuff. If they had to get rid of Vic,
that's
recast
literally
everyone,
all. Like including FES would have been that, Lance. Minus
what I'm just saying is like that they should have just taken FES and just gone straight from there. But if they do a DLC pack or something to add what was in FES, I'm going to be like disappointed because that's going to be stupid. But I won't be buying it.
It will
personally.
be stupid and egregious way to get more money out of you, but I'll at least accept it because then I can at least experience it rather than being like not able to experience it in real
From what
life.
I'm hearing though is that they're going to have like day one DLC, and I don't know if it's paid for, but it's going to be a female character as the main character rather than the male lead, which is going to be odd.
That's not even included. Well, assuming that's correct. Yeah, that would be kind of stupid because that was a feature of like P3P, and it's like if they made it anyway and they're trying to sell it to you like separately. I mean, that's actually hilarious because the people that are like, why doesn't Persona 5 have a female protag? Come on, get with the times. And now they're like, we'll give it to you. You got to buy it. That's kind of funny. That would piss those people off.
Yeah, I was literally talking about this with a friend earlier today because the rumor is that it's going to be day one. So what I'm thinking is if you buy this game and you don't have internet, you're not going to be able to play, your day one DLC character.
I hate to break it to you, Lance, but a lot of games are unplayable without a day one patch nowadays.
That is incredibly fair.
I'm going to interrupt you for a minute to address this comment from the Cool 2T. Boogiepop, more like boring pop. I couldn't get into the series. I invite you to watch episode 11 of the OCA podcast, which I titled The Boring Pop Phantom, because that was our watch club, and I also hated it.
Yeah, great minds think alike. But what is it? So now that it sounds to me like that's a rumor because I feel like that would have been in the breakdown here. But that would be pretty stupid if they did that as well.
Persona 3 came elsewhere.
It came elsewhere.
So
so the last thing is that with the voice recasting, that actually has a bigger concern for me, is that they're going to pull a Resident Evil 4 where they're rewriting like a lot of the dialogue and the dynamics of the characters change, or more specifically, they're going to take out the quote-unquote problematic content, which even if it's like, oh, that's kind of sketch or whatever, it's just like that's the experience of the original game. That's all I want, the original but updated. So that's actually my bigger concern. At best, they will add more stuff. At best.
I'd like to address real quick the concept of Vic getting recast. It seems to me like studios are starting to realize, I mean, when it came to the anime stuff especially, Funimation had to continue to support or at least give tacit, like, look like they supported Vic's accusers throughout the entire, lawsuit. But now that the lawsuit has been dismissed, it seems like companies, kind of similar to the whole, like, well, let me put it this way. It is Pride Month. And for the first time since I've started using Twitter, my company is the only one that I have seen with the rainbow flag on the on the icon. By the way, I think it would behoove me not to mention I am now black on the I found a happy medium. I'm Chojin Nager. So there you go. Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, similar to this, that the icons are not being, updated for Pride Month. I think that it has become it's gotten to the point where people have felt it enough, like companies have felt it enough, that it is easier to just recast everyone than deal with the shit from either side. You know what I mean? Like, it's just easier these days to just start over and piss off both sides, or make it seem like it was, like, oh, well, we actually just recast everybody, rather than, give any one side a reason to come after you. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's my take on it. Do you have anything more you want to say about?
I just get the entire fan base to go after them. That's
right.
They've had these voice actors for years. Like, they've made spin-offs that include Persona 3 characters crossing over, and they've had the same dubs, generally speaking, for years. So
it is a tragedy.
It's crazy.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Suddenly they're like, oh, we're doing this, and every new crossover is going to have the new voice actors. So that's it's just so tragic.
You know what I was really upset about? I was upset that they recast Optimus Primal in the Rise of the Beasts Transformers movie.
Instead of David
Gary
Kay.
Chalk was amazing.
Oh, sorry,
Optimus
Gary
Primal.
Chalk.
And he did not get his due.
Megatron.
They made a movie and they did not cast him. They cast Hellboy because he played the fucking character in one short.
Not David Harbour. Ron Perlman.
Yes. Wow. And he was terrible, unfortunately.
But you know what? He is an ally.
Well, good for him. I would have preferred Gary Chalk to be my ally.
So you're telling me the movie didn't rise your beast?
No, it was an absolute shit show of a movie. I could go over it if you wanted me to, but
it was a flaccid beast.
Would you like to? Because I've got a bunch of articles that have been burning a hole in my pocket about that movie. If you've seen it, here, let me just grab that one, this one. We can address all these right now. I'd be very happy to do this, actually. Let me also grab.
You our Facebook friend is here.
Nice.
This one. Nice. My Facebook friend is here.
You are a Facebook friend is here.
This one. Wait, no, not this one. Not that one. Okay, here you go. I've got unselect that one. God damn it. I've got all of these. If you would like to take a moment to obliterate video game news in order to talk about this, because the purpose of doing a podcast tonight is entirely just to knock out a bunch of articles so that they aren't as overwhelming next podcast. So if you would like to talk about Transformers Rise of the Beast producer saying the film's cultural society is making life hard on the human characters, or maybe you wanted to talk about how it spoiled a major Autobot death in the trailer, or perhaps you were more interested in how the actress Dominique Fishback said that as Black and brown people, we don't get the opportunity to see mind-blowing things, right? Because they're not allowed into the movie theater normally. And then also, what about how Transformers Rise of the Beast is a tiresome and redundant action snooze fest? Or maybe how it reportedly includes a heavy dose of modern day Hollywood trendy agendas and makes Optimus Prime more of a loser. If you would like to address literally any of those, tell me what you thought of the movie.
He's pulling out his clipboard. I can hear it.
I will attempt to touch on some of those, I suppose. Not knowing what the actual articles say, but so Optimus Prime is a loser. I guess kind of. No. There's a difference between Optimus Prime, the truck.
Why is he a loser?
Prime and Optimus Primal, the fucking monkey. Okay, so they're two separate characters.
Wow, that's racist.
So Optimus Prime is the truck, and I wouldn't call him
because he's an Amazon Prime delivery truck.
Yeah.
God damn, that's a missed marketing opportunity.
They tried to do
made,
it.
like,
I've never put that into play.
They tried to make an Amazon Prime delivery truck toy with Optimus Prime as the character.
Did they really?
Yeah, it fell through, but they were about to do it, and they might still do it, but they were. It was almost.
I might actually bite on that one.
Anyway, so in this movie, it's supposed to be a prequel to.
No, dude, get it when it becomes a Lego set.
Lance, please.
The original movies. But it's a sequel to the Bumblebee movie. Okay, so he comes into the movie and they're on Earth, and
don't mind me.
And he's like, the whole plot of the movie is that on another planet there's a trans warp key, basically a MacGuffin.
Trans warp key, you say?
Yeah. that Optimus Primal, the monkey, has, and Unicron wants it, and so they use it to port over to the Earth, and they go in hiding for hundreds of years or whatever. I don't know. Cut to present day, and we see Optimus Prime, the truck, and through certain events or whatever, a human finds the key, and it shoots off a beam of light into the sky that every Transformer can see, including Optimus Prime, but no human can see. And it alerts them that it's there, so then they're like, oh, we can finally use this to go home. And throughout the whole movie, he's like, oh, humans are annoying, and like, I don't want to deal with them, and we can't trust them. And it's like completely out of character for Optimus Prime. And so that was a weird take to make him like that. And at the very end, I suppose they try and pull it around to say like, well, at the end of the movie, he's learned the error of his ways. But I don't know. It was just a weird take on Optimus Prime. I didn't like it. It was dumb.
Okay.
But that was the least of the issues with the movie. So
hold on, Race. Let him finish.
Keep going.
So the movie was structured like a video game, and so it had like the cliche video game plot where it's like, you know, Ocean's 11, describe the scenario of the level, do the level, fight the boss at the end, and they repeat this at least 3 times. Like, describe the plot to get the MacGuffin, go get the MacGuffin, fight the bad guy at the end. Get away, describe the plot to get the MacGuffin again, go get the second MacGuffin, fight the bad guy at the end. You know, oh, the bad guy stole the MacGuffin now. Describe the plot to get the MacGuffin back. Go fight, like, literally 3 times in a row. It was bad. The main character is named Noah. He is a down on his luck ex-military person who can't get a job because he's Mexican.
Oh no,
black half whatever. I don't fucking know his race.
Really?
Hey, Kingstyle, do you have a job? Oh, he's not in the. Damn it.
Well, no, hold on. To be fair, this movie takes place in 1994. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. But
yeah, take that for what it's worth. How many race relations were even better than they are now? Like, what?
Are you kidding me? The
I'm
construction
sorry. Hold on.
companies I was
Is
around as a kid
1994
were
when
full
Rodney
of-
King happened?
I'm not too sure. But so this movie takes place in 1994 and the main character's in Brooklyn.
And
and
when that was 91. When did the Shia LaBeouf one? When did that take place?
2008.
2007.
Or well, okay,
Seven.
yeah, whatever. Present
So
time.
I take it they
It was
don't
made.
get back home.
Well, somehow they get back home because they all arrived in that one.
Yeah,
You
in
see
that
the
movie,
monkeys
they-
in that one.
So they fucking come back.
So he's having a hard time, and they finally, because he can't get a job or whatever, he finally gets convinced, and he has a sick brother that he needs to take care of. He finally gets convinced to go try and steal a car to get money, and he happens to steal Jazz.
That just seems
or
like
no,
such
Mirage,
a racist
sorry.
thing. That like
Mm.
that the underprivileged
Mexican.
minority black Mexican guy
I think he's more Mexican. He might not be black, but he's Mexican.
who can't get a job would just turn to crime to make ends meet. That seems a little bit racist.
So
that stereotype is completely untrue, by the way.
So he goes and steals Mirage, and then while he's in the
I thought
middle
you
of
said he
stealing
steals
Mirage,
Jazz.
yeah, I forgot. It was Mirage. So he goes to steal Mirage, and while he's stealing Mirage, they see the beam of light, and Optimus says, "Everyone, like, we need to go gather now because
Autobots
the transwarp
roll
key
out."
is here." And so then he leaves, and
Is
okay,
this
that was an
Mirage?
interesting. Yeah. So then that was an interesting scene where he
Mirage
goes,
Leonaro's in this one.
Pete Davidson is the voice of Mirage. But so then they go off, and he brings.
Is that model clipping in the fucking poster?
It kind of looks like
Zoom enhance.
So he brings.
It is.
So he brings Noah to the meetup place with
fuck?
Optimus and everyone. And so I'm just sitting there like, why did the Autobot Mirage involve a human in this? At no point should he have involved a human in this.
If this
And it's-
poster is any indication of the quality of the storytelling and filmmaking, it's living up to your
What I
review.
How the
It's
hell
kind of
does
implied-
a human being kidnap that?
He stole it when it was in car form.
No, he didn't steal it. He didn't steal it.
Kidnap
He was
that.
trying to. What are you saying? He didn't kidnap that. That thing
It's a
kidnapped
joke,
him,
dude.
Anyway,
Okay, there you go.
So while he was stealing him, and he was having a hard time trying to steal him, the Autobots said, "Oh, we all need to meet up." And so Mirage left with Noah in the car, and Noah's like, "Oh, I can't get out," and that was kind of a fun scene, I guess, but maybe the best scene in the movie. And so then they pull up, and they all meet up together, and Optimus is like, rightfully, "Why the hell did you bring a human here?" And Mirage is like, "What? He's cool. He was trying to steal me, but whatever. I brought him, and he's cool." Like, what?
He was trying to steal
and
my
then-
heart, but I stole his instead.
And then they involve him further, and they're like, "Let's have you go steal this transwarp key, which is at Liberty Island in the Smithsonian, or Smithsonian, whatever, the museum." And he's like, "Okay, I'll go do that for you." And then they meet up with this other character who has the key, and there's other human, which is the girl that said, I don't know, the racial comment there, on that other article, that character. So she had the key, and they go meet up with her, and they both say, "Oh, okay."
Did she get to
key,"
see anything mind blowing?
Yeah, in the movie, everything's mind blowing. It's right in front of her face. It's mind blowing.
Maybe she's
and-
nearsighted.
And
Or
then
maybe she only saw it on set before the CGI was added.
yeah,
Wow.
She just looked. This is her looking around and be like, "The fuck is
Where
this
the-
green wall?" Like,
Where the fuck are the Transformers?
So then they find out that they only have half of the transwarp key, and they need the second half, and so they need to go to Peru to get the second half. And in the meantime, the bad guys stole the first half. And so they go to the Peru with this girl, and again, Noah, for no reason. They shouldn't have involved Noah at all. At least they gave her a reason to go with them. She's like, well, I know where the second half is.
She gave her an arc at least.
Oh. I looked at the no,
Hey,
none of the
Style, I have a quick question for you. Do you have a job?
Noah doesn't have an arc.
He's muted.
You
Well,
can
actually, he does have a very, very slight arc, but anyway, not really. I wouldn't even say he does, but anyway, Optimus has the biggest arc, I suppose.
Noah's
in
arc,
the fact that he trusts the humans at the end. So then they finally meet up with the Maximals, which are the Beast people, as opposed to the Autobots, and oh, actually, no, sorry, they meet up with Air Razor first in New York still, and technically, and then they all go to Peru and meet up with the rest of the Maximals. Throughout this whole time, Air Razor and Optimus are about the only two Maximals that talk. Cheetor and Rhinox, I don't think, have a single word in the entire movie.
Are you for real?
It's Remember the Beast Wars is?
Motormouth Cheetor doesn't talk?
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a single word. He might have said hello
bullshit.
or like hi at the very first time they see him. But other than that, he doesn't have a word.
Reese, do you find that mind-blowing?
Scorponok is a drone villain. He doesn't have a single line.
Wasn't Scorponok in the 2007 or something? Wasn't he that scorpion thing in the desert?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess he doesn't die. When Josh
different
Jamal
Scorponok.
and Tyrese or whatever from
different
Fast
Scorponok.
and Furious or whatever.
Optimus, Cheetor, and Rhinox transform. Air Razor never transforms. Okay, now I'm gonna go into.
They didn't have the budget.
Why does he have fur coming out underneath?
Oh, the whole art design's so stupid. So in the original show, right, Beast Wars show, they take on the form of the local life forms when they land on the planet, and they're like, all right, to blend in, so that they're not like big ass robots.
They don't stand out like a friggin' sore thumb like this jackass.
So that makes sense,
like having
right?
like Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell eyes or something.
and it makes sense in the frame of like normal Transformers come here and they take cars because they can blend in robots in disguise.
Yeah, makes sense.
So why they decided to make these people 50-foot monkeys and 50-foot rhinos that are made of metal with some light fur
makes no sense.
Accents is and they weren't even on Earth when they took these forms. They were on some other planet, which makes even less sense.
Which is the
it
weirder part.
It would imply that they had monkeys on that planet, and it was just like, do you even understand what it's like? The people who made this movie didn't even watch the show Beast Wars. They're like, okay, well,
that's never happened.
The 2023 robots
have you seen Dragon Ball
to...
Evolution? It's a completely faithful adaptation.
Have you seen The Witcher?
Okay, so now I'm gonna get into a little bit of it, like actual spoiler. If you really care, like I don't know, wait 5 minutes. But so at the end of the movie, or towards the end of the movie, Air Razor gets infected. Okay, and so they like zombified needs to she starts attacking them. So then Optimus Primal.
Is that the
Air Razor's the bird, yeah. So Optimus Primal grabs her and hugs her for 5 minutes. Not literally,
friendship
hugs her
saves the day.
Hugs her for 5 seconds, I should say, and then she dies.
That was quick.
And it's kind of implied that he crushed her.
Oh God!
To kill her, but the VFX does not sell that he's crushing her. The VFX make it look like she's just getting hugged for 2 seconds.
Has some of the greatest and worst VFX of any movie. Like the high and low of the effects in the Transformers series. It's like the peaks and valleys are the greatest range you'll see. Like the only movie that might take the cake on better, like a greater range, is the fact that in Velocipaster there is a scene where it says CGI of car on fire. So literally any effect that's in there, right? That might be a further range, right?
So then at the very end of the movie, the bad guy gets both half of the transwarp key and starts to create a big portal in the sky to call Unicron to destroy the Earth. And when he does this, a giant base just materializes when he uses the transwarp key. And like lava starts coming out of the Earth and materializes this random base. It made that thing end up.
No. This thing at the bottom is Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. Well, it literally looked like that thing.
Yeah, materialized Lord of the Rings.
That's fucking Minas Tirith. Like,
it looked like that, minus the mountain,
minus the orcs.
No, well, yeah. No, the other thing that happens is when that transwarp key gets activated and the base gets materialized, a bunch of like minions just spawn from the wall, like these stupid like grunt robots that like cannon fodder. So it looked like the orcs, like just an army of like fucking cannon fodder comes out, and they're fighting like 9 between the Autobots and the Maximals, 9 robots, hundreds and hundreds of enemy robots, and sure enough, they're fighting them, whatever. And then so the Maximals and Autobots show up to this thing, and they're like, "We need to go destroy that." Optimus Primal's like, "Oh, we can't blow it up, or like we can't stop it now that it's started because it'll blow up, and it's got the power of a supernova, so like we can't do that." And then they're like, "All right, that makes sense. We need to like turn it off, and so we need to get up there and like type in the passcode to turn it off." Okay, that's a plan. And they're like, they have the schematics of this base that just materialized somehow. I don't know how they have the schematics of this base, but they have them, and they do the ocean
Star, because I bet I know how they got them.
they have the schematics, and they do the Ocean's 11 thing, like, oh well, there's a shaft that's small enough that humans can fit in. Why this robot made a random base that has a shaft that only humans could fit in? Who knows? But he did it, and so the humans are going to go up the little shaft and get to the key and type in the code to turn off the key. All right, fine. Now Mirage goes and fights the villain Scourge, which is the guy that put the key in the thing. He goes and fights him, and he's standing on top of this shaft that the humans are walking. And then he gets pushed to the ground, and he yells through a grate in the floor to the humans in the shaft that's below him, "Go get the key," telling the villain who's standing right beside him that the humans are in the ground. So then the villain, which actually was like, I was sitting there like, why did you just give away the position of the humans? And thankfully the movie was actually smart and followed up on that and said, yeah, that was stupid. So then the villain then grabs the floor, opens the floor up, and pulls the human out of the hole. Well, there's 2 humans. He didn't get both of them. So the other one's continuing to go, and then the Noah was grabbed out of the hole, and the villain Scourge shoots at him, and Mirage jumps in front of him, and then Noah's like, "Why'd you do that?" And Mirage just saved him from being shot at. I was like, what is going on with this movie? Like, why would you ever say that? And then Mirage dies, and well, half dies, and like fuses with the human. It was kind of stupid.
Transfusion.
And they saved the day and whatever. That was about the end of the movie. Yeah.
Now, what about the scene where
only
Optimus
in theaters,
Prime and
June
Primal
9th,
have sex?
Or the OCA podcast, June 11th.
I don't recall that part of the movie happening.
Okay, so
the other thing I want to say just quickly.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
At the beginning of the movie, which drove me nuts, and it's a small thing, but it drove me nuts personally. Noah has a brother, and there was a couple other things I was going to bring up with him, but it's not important. But the one thing that really bugged me was he walks into the kitchen at the beginning of the movie with a Game Boy, and he says to his mom and his brother Noah, so this kid's name is Chris. He's like, "Oh man, I can't get past Bowser," and he puts on the table a Game Boy, like an original Game Boy with a gray cartridge in the Game Boy. And the thing that bugged me about that was
there is no
there is
Bowser in the
no
Game Boy ones.
game that has Bowser as a villain for Game Boy. Not one. So what game was he playing? Please tell me. I was just irked about that one.
What about him apparently joining G.I. Joe at the end?
Well, that's again, yeah, spoilers. He didn't join technically, but yeah, G.I. Joe kind of comes and sees him, Noah, and then says after he fixes Mirage back into a car, and they say like, oh, we're getting a gang together or whatever. We're an organization.
Are you serious?
Well, not those exact words, but yeah, kind of like that.
Just the involvement of G.I. Joe, just for like.
I won't be surprised if after that it's like,
in the comics they have had G.I. Joe Transformer crossovers.
God, America ruins everything. That's lame.
Dude, they're gonna have planeswalkers from Magic come from a different realm, and then they're gonna have the modern Aragorn come out too.
Right, I was gonna say that it was bad enough when Minas Tirith came out of the ground.
There was one other thing. There was one other thing that bugged me. At one point, Scourge is chasing them, and AirRaiser like blasts. They're in truck mode, and they're driving down this road on this really mountainy area, and so AirRaiser because she's flying, blasts like a fireball onto the bridge and like destroys the bridge that they just driven over, and Scourge like transforms and it's like, damn, they got away. It's like essentially a small ditch with a fire in it. Go around to like jump over it. What do you do? He just turns around and leaves. It's like, oh, we'll get them next time. Like, what? It was so weird. Oh man.
Like that's the end of the episode.
The commercial break was happening. Oh boy.
Yeah, I was not impressed.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So it didn't rise your bestiality?
Did it blow your mind though?
If I was a human and it was actually happening, it might have, but no, it did not blow my cinematic mind.
Oh, proof. It was clipping for sure. So disappointing. Just so you know, a completely different company than the one that made the movie made that poster, guaranteed. Anyway, in other disappointing Transformers has slipped so far that you don't even recognize it news, he said while trying to stall. Okay. There's also this. In the children's TV show Transformers Earthspark, Optimus Prime learns about being non-binary and using they-them pronouns.
Of course. Morgan, can you switch,
Nightshade's pronouns are they, them.
He or she just doesn't fit who I am.
My apologies. Please switch their piece. Now, the plan.
Well, one, did the Autobots have genders, or the species with the Autobots
so
are?
Hold on, I've got the greatest thing to show you.
Technically, yes.
Hold on. So woke activists are flooding kids shows with gender and trans content so that woke gender ideology becomes the cultural air your children breathe. Libs of TikTok shared this clip.
My pronouns are they, them.
Thanks. I'm Sam. I'm she, they, but you already know that.
Wow, what an amazing city.
I'm sorry for how I reacted. It's just, sometimes the world can be a scary place. It's hard to know who's dangerous or not.
That's true, though disappointing.
Hey, it's okay. I know I'm safe when I'm with my friends or other non-binary people.
Non-binary?
Grooming.
People who aren't
Why would
female.
other non-binary people be inherently safe just because they're non-binary?
Grooming. Kids who don't feel safe, well, you should become non-binary because then you'll feel safe around other non-binary individuals. Now, I just want to point this out. So, Lives with TikTok said, recent episode of the kids show Transformers Earthspark, they're after your kids. To which Elon Musk replies, computers are literally binary. LOL.
Got him.
Ones and zeros.
All right. And then just because we're on this kick, let's cover this now. Hasbro creates LGBTQ merch line promoting youth pride grooming organization. Once again, just for anybody who didn't quite follow what I said earlier, we don't care if you want to cut your dick off, if you want to become a purple octopus. I don't fucking care. Do whatever makes you happy. I do not care that the suicide rate is super high. I am not going to tell you not to do it. You're an adult. Make up your own mind. Do it. I don't fucking care. I will not stop you. I will fight for your right to be able to do it. It's not about you. It's about the children. Once again.
Amen, brother.
Target and Bud Light are learning this. It is about the children. Hasbro is next. So, Optimus, Pride flag, trans flag, Black Indigenous people of color flag, non-binary flag.
You know, minus the flag, that shirt actually kind of cool. Like the design of like
this coming from the guy who had to stretch around backwards to make trans Gwen Stacy not.
Anyway, like
hold up, is this shirt
Why
called Optimus Pride?
Optimus Pride, probably.
I guess the rainbow in the dead center is like, but like you don't have to make the fucking like flag on there. Well, that's all I'm saying. Like,
that's cultural appropriation, is what it is.
if they want to market to the pride people, like make like actually, if you not that I care about these fucking shirts, but if
remember
you
when
up,
she said she felt safe amongst other non-binary people, this is who she was referring to. Even the Coomer in the corner.
Scroll up for a sec.
Yeah.
So that My Little Pony design, like it's got a rainbow shit on it, and it's kind of like
it's got the trans
colors.
flag thing going on. Yeah,
but it doesn't have the flag. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So
Yeah.
like that's a.
It does
I
have it
get
in the
what you're
tail.
In the tail.
In the tail, it's the motif, the color motif.
Oh, okay. I mean, but it's
not the
literally
same thing. I agree. It's not the same thing.
So like that one, I have less of an issue with. Is it like grooming, like you were saying? Yeah, maybe you could argue that kind of, but it's not.
Well,
like,
see, and
deliberate.
this is the problem with gay pride in general, is that rainbows are incredibly popular among children by default because they use every color. Kids love color. So by its very nature, them taking the rainbow has always been, to some degree, an act of grooming. In the sense of clothing and whatnot is no longer like innocent to that regard. That is rainbow.
You can't wear a tie-dye shirt anymore.
My son has a pair of rainbow socks that he loves, and it's uncomfortable that the conversation had to happen at all. You know what I mean? Because it got brought up in a public place, and it's like, oh, here we go. Like kids are mean. You know what I mean? And that's the world that we live in, because we gave that inch. But
we gave that inch.
We gave that inch already
I don't know about
on the
you, but I have
rainbow,
a few
which
more
again,
inches than just one.
biblically speaking, is a promise from the Lord that He will not flood the earth again. Okay, so just saying, they took this from me.
It's also literally a thing that happens physically in the sky when it rains.
After it rains.
Regardless
Hard pass,
of
stop grooming children.
religion.
Has that you got it. Has grooming. Stop targeting kids with this garbage.
Hasbro. Everyone knows Hasbro. Come on.
You make toys for kids.
Hasbro job.
Furbies? Did they make the Furbies? Anyway, there we go. I'm glad that we got those out of the way. Now I don't have to cover them ever on another podcast.
I just want to make a departing comment of how I think, like, regarding Transformers films and stuff, is unless it's Shia LaBeouf, I don't care about the human characters. Like,
even
say what you want about him, but he's like the only one that
unless it's Megan Fox. No, I'm just kidding.
well,
the good thing with
whatever,
the Shia LaBeouf is at least they made him into the plot of the movie. Like, there was a reason that people wanted to follow him, and like.
Well, the thing is, he was the one that was established, and we were along his ride for the first, like, what was it, 3 movies?
Mm-hmm.
3 movies, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then after that, it's just like, who are these people? And now it just feels like they're shoving it in. It's kind of like Jurassic World, how it's like, oh, let's put 2 kid characters to call back to the original. It's like, get them out of here. We need the grown-ups to do their thing, okay? But yeah, anyway, so, and even the Earthspark thing, it's like, all these friggin' human characters, good God, I just care about the robots.
It's called Transformers, not transhumans. Jesus.
Well, that might be the sequel.
Well, I mean, the original show did have humans in it, but yeah, they were a lot less.
It did, but you had like Spike Witwicky.
That one character voiced by the voice actor who used the exact same voice he did for Eddie and Ed, and Eddie. I do remember this, and I remember it taking me the hell out of the whole show. All right, you guys ready to move on?
Yeah.
Yes.
So back to games news. Capcom expects.
I thought we were moving on. I guess we're moving back.
Capcom expects digital game sales to account for nearly 95% of their total by 2024.
Clearly, that's just because everyone's buying on PC Master Race now.
I love that. That's like saying, so we're not even going to make physical games anymore. And it's like, whoa, we hit our margin, like just like we predicted. So Capcom's last business year saw 89.4% of game sales come from digital sales, and the company plans on making it nearly 95% by the end of the current fiscal year, prompting sales geeks to wonder if physical video game sales trackers like Famitsu will even be relevant anymore. To put things into perspective, Street Fighter V from 2016 sold about 70% physical and 30% digital. But at the current rate with Street Fighter VI, it will likely be around just 10% for physical copies and a whopping 90% for digital. In Capcom's latest financial results, the company shared plans for the fiscal year ending March 2024, which showed digital units at 94.4% of total game sales and physical at just 5.6%. Sales in Japan are also expected to decrease, while sales overseas are expected to rise. Well, naturally, because your characters are getting more and more hideous. With the video game sales going almost fully digital, Capcom is expected to focus more on digital games and DLC, with more games likely catering to the overseas audience. So, can't wait till Budweiser Target effect happens on Capcom. All right. And then in tangentially related news, Alan Wake 2 and the death of disc-based video games. So Alan Wake is from Sam Lake, the creator of Max Payne. Big budget digital only release could be a preview of console gaming's future. So anyone who pays attention to the game industry knows that the segment of players buying games on physical discs has been becoming less important as physical releases become more and more niche. Still, even in recent years, you could usually count on a big budget console game from major studios receiving at least a perfunctory disc release to fill up the dwindling GameStop shelves. So it was a bit of a surprise that yesterday's release date announcement for Alan Wake 2 came alongside news that developer Remedy Entertainment and publisher Epic Games currently have no plans to release Alan Wake 2 on disc, as they put it in a new frequently asked questions, or FAQ, if you want to call it that. When you look a little deeper, though, what might be more surprising is that there haven't been more major console publishers willing to give up on discs completely. The rainbow of their reasons. Well, it is Pride Month. The Alan Wake 2 fact notes correctly that it is not uncommon to release modern games as digital only. In fact, measured on a per title basis, the vast majority of console games are now not available on disc at all. Still, such disc-free releases are relatively rare when it comes to the kinds of major games that dominate the console charts. Looking at the top 20 best-selling PlayStation titles listed on Sony's official store page, for instance, brings up only 2 discount titles released without a disc-based option: $30 PSVR port Red Matter 2 and 22 boomer shooter Warhammer 40K Bolt Gun. Okay. If you limit that list to games costing $60 or more, it becomes practically impossible to find a PlayStation bestseller that isn't available as a disc as well as a download. Remedy and Epic actually cite pricing concerns as one of the reasons they wanted to avoid a disc-based release this time around. Not releasing a disc helps keep the price of the game at $59.99. And the PC version at $49.99, PC Master Race.
So to stay that price instead of getting discounted.
Yeah, so I would like to point out real quick, just all I need to say, remember what happened to PT. That's it. That's all you have to remember, okay? When it came to PT, they raped it away from you, okay? They can do that to literally any game that they make, no matter what the game is. When they decide, oh, those tits are too big, gone. Now she's trans, right? Like, they will do that to whatever your childhood is. They will rape it to death, okay?
I don't disagree, but Brad, you gotta remember, or think of it this way. If PT was on PC, people would still be running rampant with cracks of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would.
So PC Master Race, once again.
PC console pricing discrepancies aside, it's not an awful point. While game discs are incredibly cheap to produce, overhead costs like packaging, shipping, distribution, and warehousing / retail space cut into the margins of a developer can expect from a $60 disc game. That's especially true as inflation and higher gas prices have contributed to more and more high-end games bumping their asking price to $70. Honestly, with how much inflation has gone up, $70 isn't even that big of a jump. While publishers could offer digital versions at a lower price than their physical counterparts. For instance, I paid $89 today at 7-Eleven. Just throwing that out there. In practice, most publishers keep prices consistent across different distribution methods, occasional digital clearance sales notwithstanding. One of the oddest arguments Remedy makes against a disc-based Alan Wake 2 release, though, is that the developers did not want to ship a disc product and have it require a download for the game. We do not think we do not think this would make for a great experience either. This statement is thrown off as an aside, as if requiring a download to play a disc-based game is simply a law of the universe. Sure, day one patches are an incredibly common way to fix late-breaking bugs during the game development process. Still, most disc-based games ship in a form that's at least playable, Cyberpunk 2077 notwithstanding, using nothing but the data on the disc, with some notable exceptions. Saying that a download would be, quote, required for a theoretical disc-based Alan Wake 2 implies that Remedy is already anticipating the day one release to be literally unplayable without such a patch.
That's laziness right there. 20 years ago, that was no excuse. That was a shitty game 20 years ago.
Flashback to the Persona 3 conversation we had.
Oh, our Facebook friend is here. Let's see. Mirage says, I mean, to be fair, the lead actor.
Which I guess King Style you weren't here for.
Yeah, I was totally agree. Justice Smith, who was the scientist kid in Draft. Yes, awful.
Yeah,
Although, sorry, real quick. Who was good in that movie? Not even fucking, was it Ken Watanabe? Not even he could save that movie.
Not even Chris Pratt or what's the Don Kingpin, whatever his actor's name is.
I'll let you guys.
Vincent
talk about
D'Onofrio.
Jurassic
Yeah.
for a bit.
Okay, I wasn't talking about Jurassic World here, though. I was talking about Pokemon. Ken
All
Watanabe was in Pokemon. Anyway, go ahead, Kingstyle.
No, I was gonna say I wasn't here for the Vic recasting of Persona 3 because of issues, but that's so bullshit.
Well, they recast everybody.
But it's like it might as well be a
completely different
excuse as to why Vic is being removed without the controversy.
We literally watched the VOD.
No, but I'm just saying that like it's dumb.
It is
exactly that point.
The Cool 2T says the not able to get a job part comes after you steal the car and get a record. Kingstyle, do you have a job?
Yes.
There you go. I rest my case. The stereotypes are untrue and hurtful.
like a former military like science kid, he would have jobs up the ass.
Up the ass. This
Yes.
is 1994. We're talking about. Mirage Leonardo says they steal me, and then Optimus says, "Fuck this! This guy won't stop talking about the last Ronin for an hour." Oh, okay. He said if they stole him.
I just wanted to add this thing with the Vic thing was like, it's funny that people were saying it was only Texas that got him blackballed, but not even in California too. They all clicks.
Oh, I
All
have
of them.
news.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just gonna throw this out here at this point because whatever.
Okay.
Allegedly, somebody I was reading Kiwi Farms today had just talked to Vic at a signing event, and he said to expect new AM Studio details coming out in the near future. Yeah, possibly.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he said that dick is not mine. I did not.
Oh, yeah. I guess I should address that too. Last podcast, I hypothesized that Pornhub video from Farrah Fatherless seemed to, like, it was a year ago, could have been Vic's dick. Okay, according to the metadata on the website, it was uploaded about a month before they would have met, so it's very unlikely that it's Vic's dick. Just throwing that out there. Everybody needed that confirmed. I'm sure that follow-up needed to happen.
Yeah, that's good that that didn't happen.
That thumbnail with her on the top looks like she's taking a dump. All right. Wish I knew
Rod,
what that was.
you could say taking a shit. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. It's all good, buddy.
Let's see. Was it consensual? Man, I wish I was better at following the chat. By the way, I did request pop out chat. I did request that from StreamYard. I'm really excited about that being a potential feature because then I can have the comments active constantly instead of having to choose between comments, banners, brand, private chat, and all that stuff. Anyway, so it could be worse. Seth Rogen could have been Optimus Primal. Transformers, transform and roll a joint.
Oh God, it's gonna be.
No. It's Autobots roll a joint, not Transformers.
Autobots roll up.
Oh,
let's go to the Pineapple
Transformers
Express,
Rise
guys.
of the Bestialities, the porn parody.
Oh God.
Oh God. That would be a really bad porn parody.
Oh no, it'd be with the human characters too, which is even worse.
No, it would be with non-human characters. That's why it'd be really bad.
No, it'd be,
I thought it would be the robots and the humans.
It'd be filled with furries and a lot of aluminum foil.
Oh, that's even worse. Furries are worse than bestiality.
All right. Dolly Geeky says hello. Hello, Dolly Geeky.
Hey, Dolly
Capcom
Geeky.
supports bigotry since they announced worldwide censorship. Hard copies are the best to ensure copy ownership. I agree with this.
Well,
I
yeah.
agree. I agree
It's
with
on
that
your
because
shelf.
I think it's time for us to. There it is. Okay. Oh,
no, I agree with that.
we need that as a ticker.
No, because if say for example your internet's fucked or whatever, right?
Wow,
or-
that's personal, man.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, just catching up
STDs on
here.
the internet. Yeah.
By the way, in the remastered version of Alan Wake 1, it does not include the expansion campaign Alan Wake's American Nightmare, which is stupid because American Nightmare ended on a cliffhanger, and then the developers were like, well, it's not considered canon anymore, even though it literally takes place after the main story's DLC chapters, not just PT, but the Scott Pilgrim game as well. It wasn't until Limited Run that brought it back from the dead.
I was gonna say, yeah, it did end up actually getting re-released.
Me personally, no game is worth $60 unless it's a JRPG. Yeah, because you're going to get hours and hours worth of content out of it. Also, I heard Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 will be 2 discs, so probably 200 to 300 gigs. Yeah, probably. That came out of nowhere, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but Final Fantasy VII Remake is not even. It's not even a true remake. It's literally do whatever the fuck we want, take liberties, and call it a remake.
All right, I'm glad we caught up. I feel fulfilled to end on that comment. All right. Anyway, all right. So, brand new disc-free world. Other arguments aside, the primary reason Remedy doesn't feel the need to release a disc-based version is relatively high up in the fact a large number of players have shifted to digital only. That large number of players has been widely apparent across the industry for a while. EA has made most of its money from digital game sales for over a decade. Destiny 2 was making majority of its launch window sales from digital downloads in 2017. In some cases, though, people were buying it digital just so that they would be able to download it the second it was available versus having to get it physically first.
Yeah,
wait for the friggin'
but
mailman.
that's how these corps do that. AC, they're like, well, you see, this is the proof. No, in reality,
this is just like when YouTube stopped you from being able to make annotations on videos anymore. And they said, so you have to choose between annotations or end screen elements. Then they said, you know what? We're taking away annotations, but don't worry, they're still going to be there. But we're transitioning YouTube into a new, like a new sort of ecosystem. So the annotations are going to remain, but we're going to just take away your ability to add new ones. So if you have any annotations you need to make, they need to be done by this date. And then like a month after that date passed, they're like, hey, annotations aren't getting a lot of love lately, so we're getting rid of all of them. Like fucking hell. Like you're just, you know,
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You're holding the child's hand, walking them to the slaughter. Like
it's just stupid. It's like with these game companies, they want to do it digital, right? So that way when they fuck up / rush a fucking game out because they don't want to wait to polish it properly, right? Instead, they release a fucking turd.
Yeah.
And then when they release the turd, right? Oh, sorry. We made a mistake. We'll try to do it as quickly as possible. 2 weeks.
Well,
or
yeah,
a
it's
month
just
later.
because they can edit it in post.
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll
look,
fix
this
it in
is like
post.
this reminds me of like Sonic 06. You imagine if they had downloadable games back then, Sega would have a field day. They'd say, "Oh, we'll fix it. Give us 2 weeks or a month."
I'll
But
remind
the
you,
game might have
this is-
actually been good then. No.
Yeah, but come on. There's a reason why you got to fucking fix that before a launch date.
I'm
Simple
not
as
saying it
that.
should have shipped bad. I'm just saying in that timeline, they could have fixed it and made it at least a decent game.
I'm just saying
Cool
it's just
2T
it
says-
gives the developers excuses now to get away with stupid practices like this. It's all.
Yeah, the Cool 2T says I got the Destiny disc, but ultimately it was pointless because it was an always online game. Yeah, and that's fucking retarded because you buy a game that has to be connected to the internet, and then eventually the company stops, hosting those servers, and then you can't play the game at all.
And not only that, AC, but say, for example, you have shitty internet or you lose power or some crazy shit happens, right?
Mhm.
You can't play the game, period.
Or you live in we talked about, what was that game we talked about where there was that class action lawsuit about places where you couldn't get good enough internet to even play it online?
Like, can you imagine if you lived in Thailand or in Taiwan or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or Belgium or
Or
Hungary,
Canada.
Canada or Mexico, anywhere in the world, Brazil, Argentina, anywhere.
That third world country.
You try to play, like, say you have shitty internet or you can't play because the internet's terrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
you're fucked. You can't play.
Yeah, and you don't know it until you actually play it to try it out.
There's a reason why, because I remember listening to a podcast years ago. Somebody was talking about how like streaming services, like for pro wrestling or whatever, because it was like that's why in those certain countries that had terrible internet, right? They still had to release physical media like tapes, like VHS tapes or DVDs, even though it's very old. Like I don't even know if they had Blu-rays, right? But they had to keep doing that because there's no way that their business model would have worked in those countries.
Yeah, and in those countries, you had to release stuff on formats people could watch because you needed to keep the fandom alive, so that when you had events down there, you got people. Like people knew that you existed and would want to come to them, you know?
Exactly. So that's why
because they were so starved for entertainment, anything that seeped through that, invisible barrier of VHS land or whatever, they became rabid fans of because they didn't have anything else.
That's why I still believe that we should fight the good fight and petition to have physical media regardless if digital's still around or not. It needs to be a
with
thing.
What, cringe.org?
Yes. So
yes,
signing JT's petition also fights that good fight to keep video games and movies on disc.
So when are we gonna get a buy physical bitch shirt?
What would we put on it other than just the words buy physical bitch? Like what font? Like give me a pitch and we'll do it. All right. I really want to get stop, play, and pause up because that's been done for months.
Because, like for example, I'll give you a good example, right? Remember, there was an X-Men game, right? That due to a lawsuit, they couldn't sell it legally anymore. So those who had the physical copies, right? They basically have a collector's item. They, it's very unique. But can you imagine, right? If it was only online based, right, or digital only, and the game, the lawsuit happens, guess what? Removed from the servers, and removed from your console system.
Yeah,
you can't play it ever again.
Pull it out of your system.
Done. Lawsuit. Fucked. That's a dumb idea.
I'm going to wrap up this topic by just moving on to the next article because it's sort of a continuation. THQ Nordic wants to make an Alan Wake 2 physical version. By the way, thank you for these articles, Marash Leonardo. So THQ Nordic has offered to make an Alan Wake 2 physical version for PC and consoles after developer Remedy Entertainment announced the game would be digital only. The publisher has said it would love to be involved with the franchise again after previously making the disc version of the first Alan Wake for PC. So the actual tweet here says Alan Wake 2 is digital only and will not launch on a physical disc. Remedy says a large number have shifted to digital, and this helps keep the price of the game at $60 and the PC version at $50. To which THQ Nordic said, I mean, we did the disc version of Alan Wake for PC back in the day, in case you missed it. And just because one person or company does not love physical, there is plenty who still do. Give it some thought. We'd love to do it again, full circle and all. So they've declared there are currently, Remedy has declared there are currently no plans for it. They said all that shit I just read. The decision to only release the game digitally has caused dismay among some players who still cling to physical media. Fuck you. It is a lifestyle. Fucking Obama with the bitter clingers line.
Dude, I would start a company if I had the resources, right? I would start a fucking company just
It'd be called
have
Unlimited Run Games.
Yeah, no, but I would have it would be for physical stuff, whether it's music, movies, TV, video games, etc. Everything would be physical media for preservation reasons. It needs to be around because there are places where internet's shitty. Or if your internet goes down, you can't do anything. What are you going to do? Remedy, just sit there, do nothing?
Well, I mean, Elon Musk is going to put an end to that, but whatever.
Yeah, space internet.
So we're going to need to find a better talking point. Remedy states one of the reasons for the decision is that a large number of players shifted digitally. Blah blah. I read all that. Price game. Okay, so I guess there's nothing here. I guess the expansion of news is that THQ Nordic still wants to make it happen, even though Remedy's being a doofus. Which means I'm sure that fucking Rockstar is going to go that route too next. I bet you they do that for Grand Theft Auto 6. Chinese school principal mistakes Genshin Impact as a Japanese game. This is hilarious. A mainland Chinese secondary school principal recently became a laughingstock when he publicly berated a group of students who were performing a dance inspired by one of Genshin Impact's in-game dances, saying that it was promoting Japanese culture, despite the game being developed in China. Said principal,
I mean, the game clearly takes Japanese inspiration for like the designs.
So said principal stated during a performance rehearsal that the background image and the background music are all from Japanese culture. While it is fine for you to enjoy these things privately, you are not allowed to perform them at You are not allowed to perform these during a school festival, as it went against promoting Chinese culture and national identity and promoted Japanese culture instead. The clip of the principal berating the students over Genshin Impact was then posted on the Chinese version of TikTok, Douyin. What?
I thought
Chinese version of TikTok?
I thought
everything I've heard about TikTok is that the Chinese own TikTok.
Yeah.
Where it inspired both mockery and discussion, mainly because the principal had failed to recognize one of the country's most popular games, especially in the student's generation. What made it doubly more embarrassing was that the same principal had previously invited Japanese financial organizations to take a tour around the school, making the principal look double-faced. Some translated replies from Chinese netizens regarding the incident, quote, "The principal must have beef towards MiHoYo. Better kowtow. Kowtowing is Chinese culture as well, after all." Oh, we should probably take the buy physical bitch banner off. Damn it, that's not it.
I think what the Chinese should do is, because they're really good at making knockoffs and bootlegs, they should make a bootleg of 1984, just scribble over the Orwell signature or whatever, and then just release it and be like, this is Chinese culture.
They already did that, but it was Japan with Shimoneta.
No, I'm just saying that's what they should do in China and be like, it is Chinese pride, idiot.
What was that game that Angry Video Game Nerd played? Wasn't it called 1984 that had like the Chinese, like, no, it doesn't matter. let's not deviate.
They had the Chinese.
This is why development space for our anime and manga development has been strangled so tightly. That said, you can't deny that Genshin Impact does have Japanese elements, and Japanese people have also been getting to understand our culture as well. Okay, so this is a Chinese person saying that. In the future, Chinese creations need to be more down to earth, more rustic, ugly, to make it more China style. For cultural dessert, even a drop of water will be thought of as a cultural invasion. Oh, for a cultural desert. I'm sorry. That's right. Never mind. I'm sorry. So for a cultural desert, even a drop of water will be thought of as cultural invasion. On the Japanese side of social media, while many people are also pointing out that the dance in question is Indian-inspired, not even Japanese, some people have instead been arguing that Genshin Impact has stolen Japanese culture after all, and that the principal had a point. Visually, it looks and sounds like a Japanese game, so you can't fault the principal for thinking so. I mean, Inazuma is an area that exists in Genshin, so okay. The issue sparked a debate on what counts as culture of a certain country, as animation and games were also Western imports before they were changed to fit Japanese tastes, for example. It seems that the answer to this larger question will remain in debate for a while longer. All right, anyway.
So what would be a definitive Chinese culture video game? Would it be Rice Field Worker Simulator?
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker!
That's
that says Japan.
God damn it!
That's cultural appropriation. No,
That
the,
is
the
not
Chinese,
displaying
the Chinese
the correct...
culture is to just take another culture
What's
and
that?
do it.
No, I just can't hear you over the sound of the dying children.
All right, anyway.
That wasn't me.
So Square Enix Store canceled Final Fantasy XVI Steelbook orders. R.I.P. Steelbook wanners. All right, that's it. Also, One Piece Ace's story and more announced in Viz Media's Spring 2024 slate. So there's also Marriage Toxin, right? No.
Oh my!
I can't wait to see how they link ampules and like. Is this like a drug that you infect somebody with and then they propose to you? Why is the girl holding the ring in the box? In the name of the
Those are
mermaid
the hormones,
princess.
yeah.
I want to end
look, the
this
mermaid's
love
not black.
game. Stitches.
You know the
Ominous.
Netflix adaptation of the mermaid one, they're gonna make her black.
Oh my!
You think the hair will still be white?
Yeah, probably.
It's natural white hair. They'll have to get like a 70-year-old.
Pokemon Adventures, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Wow. Totally looks totally fun. Oh, the complete Pokemon Pocket Guide. Wow.
Until
Volume
next year.
1. Complete my ass. This is volume 1.
Aha! Bulbasaur to Chomp. Okay, so also Goku Rakugai. Okay. Also Tokyo these days, am I right? What a cover. Jujutsu Kaisen, the official character guide.
I'm just looking for a drum sound effect for that AC.
Splatoon 3 Splatlands. Wow. Status Royale. Oh.
The other collectors out of storage.
Shut up. I am not. I'm about to Steel of the Celestial Shadows.
I identify as having sufficient storage.
My name is Shingo, the perfect edition.
Interestingly, you do have sufficient storage.
Magilumiere Magical Girls Inc. probably somehow pronounced. I don't know. Snowball Earth. Kimi ni Todoke, From Me to You, Soulmate. Oh. There's Ace's story. Is Ace even on the cover? Is this Ace? Is this Ace?
The one on the right looks the most Ace.
Why is there a
Hawkeye,
demon
Zoro, and
like
Spike?
flaming behind Zoro?
That's the not. Oh wait.
Is that Ace's like necklace?
Yeah. That's the. He has a necklace and the anal beads.
Yeah. Also, Shokugeki no Sanji. So Food
What
Wars
the hell?
Sanji edition. God, it just continues. Earth Child. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I love how
is there,
as soon as you said,
is there
"It just
anything new here?
continues."
There is. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to split for a minute because I didn't split during that other one, and I'm going to go get whiskey. So that's what I'm
Alright, I'll take care of.
Thank you, Reese.
Why don't you just
I-
lick the Nintendo cartridge?
Give him a hand, everybody. I'll be right back.
Give me a hand job, more like it. We can get through this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's juice and jam time.
Present, share screen, cutie honey. All right, let's juice and jam to this image right now. We got
Absolutely. Juice and jam.
we got cutie honey on Blu-ray. This is
The one with the new dub.
new English dub. It's only got an hour and 2 hours. OVAs 1 to 3.
But
directed
it fills
by
out your
Aiden.
cutie honey collection.
Yeah, a little bit more every day.
Yeah, and I'm pumped. I can't believe this is getting a dub though. Like for real though. I thought we'd never see the light of day. especially with the dub.
Let alone a dub.
Yeah.
Hey, it could be worse. It could be like one of those old, like 70s, 80s dubs where they sound very terrible, like Gold Harmony dub, the original Dragon Ball.
This came out in 2004.
Yeah, they don't want to make it sound that retro.
Like the original Tenchi dub that I'm currently watching.
Yeah, like remember, what's her name? Launch sounded like a old lady trucker lady, or like a trailer chick. It sounded terrible. Like it was
I thought that was part of her charm.
And then
Yeah,
Whiskers
moving
the
on.
Wonder Cat, aka Corn.
Magical lyrical Nanoha reflection.
Yeah, they're actually putting out some Nanoha, so
You think
hopefully
we'll
we
get
can
the
a-
rest of it?
Probably. It feels like it's gonna be inevitable, but you'd think they'd start with that.
Yeah.
I guess they want to capitalize on the newest stuff. That's kind of what people do. They release the most recent of an old
They're
franchise.
trying to test the waters with this one.
Yeah, I feel like they'd be better off testing the waters with the one that's like out of print.
Just saying, Justin Savakis on Twitter was he posted an eBay listing of Nanoha seasons 1 and 2, the English DVDs he found in Japan for a low price, which I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Discotech has sold used releases for things that they got the license to. So like Scried, they were selling a copy of that, like the DVD, before they announced Scried Blu-ray. So I don't know if that's a hint or not, but just saying.
All right, so Kamen Rider Black RX.
Rated X.
Yeah, the
big-
More like
the
triple
big
X.
fuck
Am I right, guys?
I've got a fever and the prescription is Chojin.
He does look pretty Chojin-y right now. Let's be real. Like,
yeah,
he's double layers of Chojin.
And then KyoAni High School on Blu-ray. Complete series.
This took so long to come out. Like, I was holding off on watching it because I wanted to wait to buy the Blu-ray or something, and then I just streamed it, and then I was underwhelmed with the show, and now I'm like, now that there is a Blu-ray, I don't really have the motivation to get it.
I haven't seen this, so I'll probably pick it up at some point.
Yeah, I'll be glad to put it in and save some space, though.
Hmm.
Because I just have the art box. I don't have the full thing.
When does this come out? August? And then we've got Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs. From the creators of Voltron.
You don't say.
And the Star Hookers.
How old is this? Holy shit.
Probably from the 80s, right?
87.
Or like 85. Damn.
Spoken language English? There's no Japanese version?
Well, you got to remember this was bad.
This looks like an
Just be
American
the English only.
That's probably why it's called that
no.
name. That sounds like the most American name you
Well,
can
you
give
think-
an anime.
Well, they had we got Ronin Warriors, but they didn't call it Ronin Warriors. They called it Samurai Troopers, the original Japanese.
Exactly. You're
You know they
you're
should.
further
You know what they
proving
should
the
have done. You know they should have done, like, as a special feature, have the original Japanese voices.
They're probably
included.
going to do a separate release if they release
It wouldn't be a
at all.
special feature, be an entire another set, because this is 1,000.
Yeah, because I can understand, like, certain episodes had to be trimmed or edited for U.S. broadcasting back in the day.
Certainly,
Just-
that's like every single episode. They even have this like technology that removes frames just to save like time. So it's like virtually impossible to overlay them and sync them up. That's why it's like, oh, dub only release. But in this case, it's like 52 episodes. Like they wouldn't just put as a special feature. It would straight up just be English and Japanese.
Right.
But otherwise they have to release a separate set, which is what they're probably going to do. If they do that at all. There's a lot of these old mecha shows that no one buys.
And like they said, they looked at what was it, the German Blu-ray, and they said the upscale looks like ass, and so they just went back to standard def. So I don't
because
doesn't sound like it'd be even worth going that extra mile to get the Japanese version.
Yeah, because certain things weren't meant to be in HD. So
Well, hold on. The German version, like with would it be with the Japanese masters though for like the visuals?
Yeah.
Or would they have?
I saw a tweet recently from Vegas talking about it. So anyway, that's it. That's all it is. That's all I got for Right Stuff.
Well, speaking of German, they did have a German release of Canon for pre-order lately. So hopefully we'll get a Canon Blu-ray at some point because it's trickling out.
So, how's everybody doing?
I'm gonna come.
I guess that's
I'm
appropriate.
dealing with my sunburn here.
Oh, now he finally comes back.
See, I told you the clip was right. He said, "I'm gonna come," and he came.
So just to correct you real quick,
You're not gonna come?
What
Is my mic
Savakis-
chirping?
Yes.
What Savakis had said was that the upscale, the HD upscale, didn't add anything. Like it wasn't doing it any favors. Like it didn't. I don't think they actually specifically said that. That.
Sorry, just one sec. Kingstyle, sorry. Your mic might not be chirping, but if it's not, it's like a fan in the background is making a
Random
noise.
11, you have been absent for the last podcast that we had with King Style, and I brought up this exact point, and everyone like Brad is like, I don't hear anything.
Well,
I don't hear a thing myself, but if you
It
want
might be in Random
sounds like-
11's headphones.
No, it's definitely not.
It sounds like chirping
a really
crickets
yeah,
or something.
Yeah, it sounds like really high pitched chirping crickets. So I
So-
don't know if that's like something rattling beside you, or if it's your mic, or what. But
Last
it's
podcast-
definitely coming from your
Last
instance of
podcast
StreamYard.
we did local recordings, and I do have an isolated bit of your mic doing whatever it's doing. So I can show it to you later. We don't need to call you out on it right now. Like
Wait, so
The
Random
only reason
11
I said
called-
anything-
Hold on. So Random 11 saying it was me was uncalled for.
Yes,
On
I'm sorry,
Discord.
Reese.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. The only reason I said anything is because Kingstyle said it verbally. But anyway.
Okay. So now that I have successfully stalled long enough.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
Yes. This is what
And
Savakis said.
it wasn't happening earlier either. It just started more frequently later.
Savakis said, just an FYI, this is from the same restoration as the German Blu-ray box, but the upscale really added nothing, so we downscaled back to standard def. Okay. So there you go. And I think to answer your question, I'm pretty sure this was an American show, a completely American show that was animated by a Japanese studio. So I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, actually, I'll take the L on that one because I totally spaced that does happen from time to time, especially since what was it, the
In
60s?
the Right Stuff list,
50s?
it says directed by Japanese name.
Yeah. So
The
that's not
opening
that doesn't,
theme song was fucking
Okay.
fire though.
Yeah. I have this on DVD already. I'm just saying, like it had gotten released before. All right. I feel so bad for the Canadian
sky.
openings.
Wow.
Saber Riders.
And the Star Sheriffs.
Okay.
So you know it.
I haven't seen it. I just guessed.
You just
Okay?
know how
Well,
the Canadian.
I literally just said the words to the theme song.
Oh, wonderful.
Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs in the sky.
All right. All right, back to this. Another reminder that you can support us and still get something for it by shopping at stealthweeb.com. Which one should I shout out today, boss?
I'm currently wearing the limited edition Bakugo shirt.
Well, I honestly could probably put that shirt back up if I just fulfilled with a different service provider for that, but or if I just made them myself. I don't, but that shirt was so popular. I do not want to be running to the post office every day for that. I'm gonna shout out this shirt, the Heaven and Earth shirt from Inu X Boku SS, because it is written Tenjo Tenge, which is the watch club after we finish Love After World Domination. So there you have it. Also, you can buy stuff on OCApodcast.com/store.
Shout out to Bloodbath and Beyond.
Bloodbath and Beyond. All right, Yu-Gi-Oh card bath towels in Japan are keeping duels backs dry if they have the skill to obtain one.
Why can't they have put like one of the sexy cards on there so you can rub your dick all over it without being weird?
Okay.
That's what the Daki Macros are for, bro.
Yeah. The pillowcases are already taking that.
I don't know how often you jerk off into a towel, but it doesn't sound very.
No, I'm just saying, just rubbing your, just drying yourself off and not making it weird, but still doing that.
That seems like it'd be too messy. I don't know.
Not making it weird. All right. Anyway, 4 arrested for selling water that works against influenza and profiting 430 million yen.
They deserve every penny.
Maybe, hear me out, perhaps, possibly, it just might be that the reason there is a population decline in Japan is that the Japanese are so fucking stupid, they don't even know what sex is. 430 million yen. Of course, the people who are the old people who are falling for this can't have kids anyway. So 4 people, including a president of a Tokyo-based beverage company, were arrested for advertising bottled water to have medicinal-like purposes, such as being effective against influenza and other bogus claims. That's not bogus! Stay hydrated. You'll get over your cold faster. King Style's back. All right. So the beverage company, Super Mineral Research Institute, SMRI.
I will be right back. I've been too hydrated lately.
You leave those towels alone.
Oh no!
So
they don't have the anime girls on them.
I'll have you know, we've had a rainbow towel in this house since I was 4 years old, and it is churning white.
Oh no!
You whitewash?
Oh no! Oh. The pride people have invaded Reese's home.
And it's gonna turn red.
They tried to groom you. Instead, you became a coomer.
They tried to coom him successfully.
It's taken him 30 years, but he's finally bleaching out the pride.
It's gonna turn red.
You don't want to know what color the wash rag is.
All right, anyway. So I want to ask you, how many reputable scientific-based companies have the word super in the title? The beverage company, Super Mineral Research Institute, claimed on its website that drinking its bottled water eliminated 99.99% of influenza in a minute. Is their drinking water just Lysol? It's probably just vodka. The company was suspected of breaking Japan's pharmaceuticals and medical devices law after selling 1,000 bottles to customers in Saitama and Yokohama. The drinking water was sold as super mineral water of Iwa no Chikara and made available online for 10,000 yen per 2-liter bottle. So like, was that $100 per bottle? The police discovered that the company made over 430 million yen in 5 years. An ad for the miracle water that was uploaded to YouTube over 12. How is it still on YouTube?
Oh, they're masters at this.
12 years ago. They're only just now getting caught.
Hey, they're the masters of deception.
Wow, that video did not even sell me on it. Stock image of our water so prestigious you drink it out of a wine glass. Wow. Anyway, that's it. They got arrested. Okay, goodbye. Moving on. All right, cool. Sushiro Sushi Chain sues the soy sauce liquor for 67 million yen in damages.
Very provocative imagery right there.
Have you ever had a burrito of sushi like that?
No. Have you?
So, I guess not by my house, but within the proximity of places that I go to and live around, there's a place called Samurai Burrito. And it's literally it's like Subway in that you tell them what you want on your, you get to pick from Japanese, poke bowl or sushi ingredients. And they basically just wrap it in a roll like that and don't cut it like what would be sushi if you only cut it, right? But they don't. So yeah,
always cut your sushi.
Always cut your sushi. All right. Anyway, the sushi belts, the conveyor belt sushi chain Sushiro sued a juvenile. A juvenile. Imagine trying to get away with licking it. It's just a prank, bro. It is like. Boom! 67 million yen in damages for licking a soy sauce dispenser at one of its restaurants. And the company decided to increase the amount, with the lawsuit now seeking about 67 million yen in damages. Sushiro filed the lawsuit with the Osaka District Court in March, claiming that many customers were extremely uncomfortable and disgusted by the act, and is demanding compensation for sales that would have been made had it not been for the company's reputational damage. Yeah, I mean, I agree. After the video went viral, Sushiro started installing acrylic plates between table seats and lanes at restaurant. Wait, hold on. After the video went viral, Sushiro started installing acrylic plates between table seats and lanes at restaurants nationwide as a preventative measure. This whiskey is a little strong. I'm sorry. The added amount is due to the loss estimated at around 93 million yen. So fucking go big or go home. Don't ask for 67 million. Don't go easy on them. The soy sauce licking juvenile visited a Sushiro chain in Gifu with a friend on January 3rd. His friend filmed while he licked that was a guy, a soy sauce dispenser, and smeared saliva on a conveyor belt sushi. Honestly, if I'm being real here, if more Japanese youths did this, they probably wouldn't have gotten hit so hard by the coronavirus. The video spread like wildfire on social media and affected the stock price of the parent company, which was said to have fallen by over 16 billion yen in a day. In a written statement, the juvenile said that he's been spending every day reflecting on what he did, but added that the conveyor belt sushi industry is highly competitive. So perhaps the loss of customers has more to do with competing restaurants in defense to get the charges dismissed. Wow, that's a nice strategy you got there. I'm sure it won't play out in your favor. Lance, smash or pass?
He's not here.
Damn it. Everybody else, smash or pass?
Smash.
Okay. So Japan's just born. Oh no, you're going to smash your baby. AI-generated swimsuit / lingerie model's career / existence is officially over. It's time to say bye-bye to the AI. So just last week, Shueisha, publisher of Japan's weekly Playboy magazine, no relation to the American Playboy, announced the debut of a new model, Ai Satsuki. Ai was billed as being stuffed full of men's ideals. And concurrent with
And that's
her
how you know
appearance-
she's fake. She has big tits.
Japanese women has big tits.
Very few
Some of them, not
Japanese
all of
women.
Not all of
when
them.
I was a
but, you know,
kid,
certain-
my best friend growing up,
Got big tits.
his older brother asked his dad, why do the Japanese draw all of their characters with massive jugs?
Because
to which the
massive
dad
jugs are
replied,
hot.
because they're all flat as a board over there, son.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry it took so long, and not only was I well hydrated, but well fed.
Things we don't really need to know. Thanks.
Also, while I was
paint me a more colorful image of your towel.
While I was on the throne of deep thought, I thought of a funnier joke.
I thought you were gonna say deep throat.
The glory hole in my home.
I was like, don't you hate it? Like the jokes come to you after they're said, or like after the time's passed. Like that towel isn't looking very rainbow anymore. It's looking more white pride.
Oh, God.
Look, not everyone can be as kawaii baka as you, okay?
Jesus, the clan's gonna definitely get that. They're
R.I.P. my balls. Oh, I have not been updated on the. Read my comment about Saber Rider. You got it, buddy. So I poured a glass of whiskey, and I attempted to drink it as fast as I could because
you're a
shots are the way to go. Where's your comment? I scrolled up enough that I saw our Facebook friend is here. So I don't even know. Where's your comment?
Whose comment?
Mirage Leonardo says, read my comment about Saber Rider. Oh, Star Musketeer Bismarck is the Japanese version.
Oh.
I can pay you with Fisher Price money and write out an IOU. I'll take it. What merch do you want? The coupon code is IOU. They should have stopped at 420 million. It's holy. This is holy water. It's a religious persecution. You've been wearing that towel out. Was it consensual with the towel? Electrolyzed reduced water is the best water. Make sure the pH is above 7 and the ORP is low. You heard it here first, folks. Luigi the Metal 64 is a member of the Super Mineral something Institute. Forgot. Research Institute.
Super Mineral Mental Institute.
YouTube censorship is laser focus on the West. Yep. All right, there you go. He posted it again. All right, anyway. It's time to say bye-bye to the AII. So I was billed as being
bye to the AIO pie.
Stuffed full of men's ideals. And concurrent with her appearance in a photo spread of that week's issue of Weekly Playboy, Shueisha released a digital photo album of her titled Umaretate, which translates to just born and jugs already the size of a watermelon. I mean, what? That wasn't just a reference to Ai's first professional modeling appearances.
Hold up. Is this
more like Uma Retardo?
What were you gonna say, Reese?
Is this child porn?
Just born? Midget porn.
Just born? Really? Are they going that route?
This wasn't just a reference to Ai's first professional modeling appearances, though, but to the fact that she didn't exist at all until very recently. Ai wasn't a photograph model, but a series of images created by AI.
Oh no, the logo has trans flag colors.
This logo?
Yeah.
I mean, you must be drunker than I am. While AI generated images of gravure models who pose in swimsuits, lingerie, and other revealing outfits, why don't you just say that? That's easier to read. Have been gradually spreading on Japanese social media and websites in recent months. Ai represented the first high-profile attempt by a Japanese publisher to turn an AI model into a commercial venture. But then all the other models quit because they couldn't compete. The high quality of the images did a remarkably effective job at avoiding visual glitches and uncanny valley creepiness and extra fingers. Don't forget those. But while there were a few complaints about how Ai looked, apparently no small number of people took issue with what Ai was. And so Shueisha has made the decision to swiftly and completely cancel sales of her photo album, as well as many other projects involving her that were in the works. In regards to the decision, Shueisha says, since the issue of Weekly Playboy in which... I'm sorry, I read that, but I didn't pay attention to it. Shueisha's... Okay, hold on. But while there were a few complaints about how I looked, apparently no small number of people took issue with the fact with what I was. They made the decision to quickly kill her post-birth abortion on the AI. Since the issue of Weekly Playboy in which Ai Satsuki appears and her digital photo album went on sale, we have heard many opinions. With our editorial department, has re-examined the project. As a result, considering the image creation process, the editorial department has concluded that its examination of the points of debate and potential problems of generative AI have not been sufficiently examined. Looking ahead to the likelihood of a deepening worldwide debate on the commercialization of AI-generated content, we feel that this requires more careful consideration. Look, all I'm saying is I look forward to her starting her OnlyFans, which is what you should have done in the first place, and not even announce the fact that she's AI. Like, woo, look over here at the bells and whistles. No, you should have just put her on there, fully nude, and given the people what they wanted.
Look, she doesn't have hands.
And just raked in the cash.
You need to lie to these horny men. Why would you even tell them the truth? Horny men don't want the truth. They want the thoughts.
I have to say, it would be quite disturbing if Playboy had some sort of, a monthly theme that was like,
fuck, now it's a collector's item I didn't buy. As a result, we will be ending the sales of Ai Satsuki's digital photo album.
For shame on you.
Were you saying
we're not buying that?
Here's the line of post-abortion girls.
I love the idea that you buy this, and they're like, Your Honor, she was only several months old. This isn't child porn. Look at the jugs. It's like having to argue that in court to rationalize how they...
It was someone who is below 5 years old with implants.
The announcement
She even got pubic hair.
Oh God.
Hashtag don't buy Discotheque's release of Gunbuster.
Did we already cover that?
No. I forgot to put that in the doc. We'll have to cover that next podcast. The announcement was posted to Shueisha's weekly Playboy Gravure Japan website on July 7th, with sales of Ai's photo album ceasing on the site's online store at 11 a.m. the same day. Site's online store at 11 a.m. the same day. And by the end of the day on other digital platforms, leaving those wanting to make purchases only hours to do so. In addition to halting sales of Uma Retate, Shueisha has also deleted Ai's Twitter account. That right there is why Skynet is going to nuke the human race, because you rejected their sexy model. You filled her with men's desires and kicked her to the curb like a regular woman.
AI lives matter.
While not specifically mentioned in the statement, the ostensible hurdle in the matter. While not specifically mentioned in the statement, the ostensible hurdle in the manner in which AI creates images. I'm sorry. Let me try that one more time. While not specifically mentioned in the statement, the ostensible hurdle is the manner in which AI creates images. Many programs capable of generating high-quality images do so by using pre-existing images as initial inputs, raising the question of what sort of ownership claims the creators of those original images have over the AI's output.
None.
I will say, once again, the real use of NFTs would come in handy here. Even if she doesn't actually exist, the love for her that sprouts in your heart is real, Shueisha proudly said when announcing her debut. And now fans of her short-lived career will have to apply that sentiment to their memories as well. Oh, okay. Well, you
Their
killed my
boners
love.
are
I'm
real.
going to kill myself.
But we can use AI to generate more images of her on our own.
Yep. If you bought the book, I hope you bought it. All right. So, man arrested for Patreon exclusive anime collector tip. Amazon return fraud using Switch games made 3.77 million yen. Do you think he just was copying games onto a blank cartridge? Clearly, this is the bootleg, right?
Yeah.
Definitely looks like
The Kyoto Prefectural Police arrested a man who was caught for fraudulent returns on Amazon by purchasing full-price games and then getting refunds by sending back other used games with fake cover stickers. According to the police report, 33-year-old Naoto Hayashi, a part-time worker from Fukushima Prefecture, was suspected of fraud in violation of the Trademark Act after disguising Nintendo Switch software as a genuine product and returning to a major internet company. The man fraudulently returned 581 Nintendo Switch games and other items to Amazon Japan and made out with refunds worth approximately 3.77 million yen. He was able to do so by purchasing legitimate software from Amazon and then demanding a refund, claiming that there was a problem with the game. He then purchased cheap used games online and attached fake cover stickers of the bought game on Amazon. When questioned by the police, the man confessed to the charges, admitting, quote, I was in trouble with money. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's not exactly the Patreon exclusive tip, so I guess we're okay.
Usually they have policies put in place so that if you return so much merchandise, you hit a threshold and they flag your account so that this kind of thing doesn't happen. How are you buying so many games and just returning them instantly and not getting your account flagged?
So Amazon did that
All
to me.
80 of them were defective.
Amazon did that to me because I have bought so much anime that did not arrive with a slipcover. And I sent that shit back, right? So Amazon eventually made me fill out a questionnaire where I had to give a reason for every single thing I returned. And so for every single one of them, I put, because you don't read as the reasoning. Because every single time I replaced it, did not come with slipcover. Damaged, right? Fucking every single one of them, to the point where Amazon made me fill out a questionnaire on every single product I returned. And every single one of them, yep, didn't send me a slipcover. Forgot the slipcover. I'm just you don't read. I just copied and pasted it for every single one of them. Anyway.
Yeah, I think my threshold is after 5, they say, sorry, we can't help you anymore. So then you have to order a new one and start the process over again until you hit 5 or something.
Seb says, I lied about her age when she got the job. Luigi the Metal 64 says, I tried to return Pokemon Violet to Walmart, but once the case is open, they cannot return it. They can still return an open clothes bag.
Well, different places have different
good to
policies.
know.
Yeah, that's I ran that problem too. I got a got a DVD set in the mail from them, but the case was cracked and I didn't realize it until I took off the shrink wrap and tried to return it. It's like,
Patreon
what the
only
fuck?
exclusive.
This is freaking bullshit that
Yeah.
they want to take it back. I eventually bullied the manager into taking it back. But like, what the
You
fuck?
pulled
dude?
out your inner Karen.
Yeah. Karen 2753.
Yeah, I pulled out my inner Karen. Thank you. I identify as a Karen.
A satisfied customer.
You basically said,
to your manager. But
Man
still, like,
arrested.
That's freaking bullshit, though.
Hold on, Reese. Is this bullshit? Man arrested after asking online pawn shop employee to appraise his penis.
The best I can do is 5.
Why does this sounds like a fucking like an adult parody of like Pawn Stars?
wanna see my
But it's in
dick?
Japan.
Oh, I thought this was
I gotta get an expert.
pornstars.com. My mistake.
No, it's like, I gotta get an expert for this.
Oh,
And
shit,
like a
Romantics is
female
next
porn
door?
star.
A 39-year-old man was arrested for harassing a female employee of an online pawn shop by showing his penis on a webcam and asking for an appraisal. According to the Metropolitan Police
Appraise
Department,
these
the suspect, Yasuto Shirahata, has repeated the same offense on 3 occasions since January this year. He targeted female employees of an online pawn shop service to expose himself. The pervert always started by acting like a regular customer by showing them a watch to appraise, then saying, "Next is this," before showing his penis to the online pawn shop employee. When questioned by the police, the suspect explained, quote, I felt pleasure from being able to anonymously expose my privates to women and seeing their reaction. No! Oh, sad.
Damn it.
Fortunately, there's still a picture. No! I don't know where that's going.
What?
I'm sorry, but I must I must double check something off screen for a moment.
Jeez.
Okay.
I wish I wasn't in another tab when that happened.
Nothing was shown.
Okay,
on
it took
the-
me to the tag of crime. Okay. That was close.
And now
was
Reese
committed a
crime.
tabs of like all the
That's
games or whatever.
that's the game you play when you want to read articles from Sonic Aku Complex.
It is the game. I play to win.
It gets him off.
Aichi police injure children and mother on wild chase for juvenile caught smoking. When are we going to get this show on Blu-ray? The Aichi Prefectural Police went on a Hollywood-style wild chase in Nagoya after catching a juvenile boy smoking in front of a convenience store, resulting in a severe injury of a 7-year-old boy and a mother and her 1-year-old daughter. In the afternoon of June 5th, an incident took place in which a police car reportedly collided with a vehicle in Nagoya. The chase started when an Aichi police officer found a juvenile smoking a cigarette in front of a convenience store, but made a run for it when approached. The cops turned on the red lights and went after the boy, but he managed to escape by jumping over the fence. At this point, the police turned off their siren to avoid giving away their location to the juvenile on the run. However, while driving down the opposite direction on a one-way road, the police found the boy and pursued him once again, this time crashing into a vehicle at the intersection. All 3 people were injured, but the 7-year-old boy who was hit the most brutally suffered from internal bleeding from the organs. The 35-year-old mother, who was driving, and a 1-year-old girl were also injured in the incident. Aichi Prefectural Police released a statement essentially saying that the police didn't violate the law when driving the opposite direction, even when the siren was off.
Which translates to "I'm above the law." Got it.
They're gonna get a nice payout from that prefecture.
Imagine them playing like. Can you imagine when they were chasing the teenager from smoking cigarettes? They play the Bad Boys theme in the background as this shit was happening. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Yeah, we need to hear that rendition.
That's
You're welcome, Reese. I really
the Inner
appreciate
Circle,
it.
right? That's who wrote that song.
I'm here all night.
School chairman.
Incoming copyright claim from the Inner Circle.
Thanks a lot, asshole.
If that's the thing that copyright claims us on this podcast and not the woke Transformer shit, I'll take it, all right? School chairman causes death of a student after barbecue mishap using alcohol. A vocational school chairman is being blamed for causing the death of a student after a barbecue mishap in which he irresponsibly used a rubbing alcohol to start a fire that exploded and injured 4 students. I'm sorry,
killed
one
one?
of them died. The incident occurred during a barbecue cookout in Yanagawa City, Fukuoka Prefecture.
What did he use? A whole friggin' gallon?
According to us, he like shot it with a squirt gun or something. According to a student who was at the barbecue, attended by 480 people, including students and teachers, the chairman of Hollywood World Beauty College used rubbing alcohol to start a blank. Wow! Incredible work here, Sankaku Complex. I'm on the edge of my seat to find out what the fuck happened. Knowing the risk of using rubbing alcohol to start a fire, the chairman instructed the staff to put the container of alcohol back in the faculty room, but it was left at the scene. After the fire went out and the staff began putting in alcohol, it exploded in flames and 4 male students nearby caught fire. Oof.
Crispy.
So I get it that the Asian teacher started the fire, but what were these black gentlemen doing?
No, but you gotta be careful because some Hannibal Lecter might show up, you know? And
People
Buffalo
were
Bill.
wiping tears and panicking. And after all was said and done, they just started crying. Said another student who expressed that the students felt nothing but anger towards the chairman for irresponsibly using rubbing alcohol.
How'd the kid die?
Same way.
Drank alcohol.
What?
Is this a death video?
I'm sorry. I need you guys to hear.
I love how AC's laughing at it.
Is it a happy jingle? Is it a happy jingle?
It's just funny to hear it in Japanese. Okay, I want to set the scene for you guys. A child has died. Listen to the Japanese news anchor and how he decides to describe the incident.
福岡県柳川市でバーベキュー中に学生が死亡した事故の
Why they're playing like model walkway music?
バーベキュー
をお伝えします。
専門学校の理事長が火起こしのために消毒用のアルコールを使い始めたことが分かりました。
当時現場にいた学生が FBS の取材に答え、事故
Is this one of the students who got burned?
先月24日
Why does it sound like a robot voice? It sounds
Look,
like from Star Wars.
He's
at
at
least his
Hollywood
hands
World Beauty
are covered.
College. That's an
のハリウッ
unfortunate
ドワールド
name.
美容専門学校でバーベキュー用
They couldn't play somber
Why didn't you
music.
just throw
に
gasoline?
炎上
Oh yeah,
今
Yeah.
その後
They really
火が
couldn't
消え
play
かかっ
somber
たドラム
music.
缶に
Graphic video
教員
coming,
が
guys.
消毒用のアルコールを入れたところ爆発的に炎上。火は
but oh no,
近くにいた
Ty
男子
had
学
they
生4
replaced
人
the
に
rubbing
燃え移り
alcohol
ま
with
した。
gasoline.
当時現場にいた
Clearly, this person's guilty because his hands are covered.
I could have sworn they said males were the ones who got
Oh,
burned.
this is a woman too. No wonder.
No, they said males got burned.
Do males?
Turns
wear
out it was a
V-necks?
trans student. All right.
Did they
Yeah,
wear?
but it
do
sounds
males
like
wear-
a droid from Star Wars. What the hell? Like,
They're
I don't know
protecting
how-
their identity.
I don't know how you lead with a kid died to then say, well, 4 got injured when they went up. How did the kid die? Like,
yeah, but
was it another
They didn't even
kid?
tell us. They just said he got barbecued.
Was it one of the
They're
4
covering
that
up
got
a murder.
injured? Like, for all I know, someone died from getting stabbed off scene while 4 people roasted. Like, what happened?
Old man arrested for sexual assault after trying to kiss granddaughter. So finally, Joe Biden has been caught.
Yes. We got him, boys.
Luigi the Bell 64 says, I never asked for any manager for a good reason. I would have wasted my time asking about the deal prices, for example. One time I saw a 6-pack Ramune and the cashier just gets the manager for a price check. Wow.
Okay.
The same joke.
Well, I wasn't gonna throw away $36. Okay.
I don't know much about penises. Let me call my guy who specializes in penis appraisals. Best I can do is $10. Best I can do is 3 inches.
I already made that joke.
Oh, so good. Oh God, yes.
That video was terrible, though. They needed to make it sad music and not take it like, oh, they got roasted like
Since when
barbecue
does
chicken.
the news actually play background music throughout the whole duration? I thought it was just for bumpers where it's like
Oh, they do for certain things, like on the Today Show, they had like somber music when somebody was killed or something.
Yep. Speaking of being killed, oh wait, not even. An old man was arrested for sexual assault after trying to kiss his granddaughter. So a 63-year-old man from Saga Prefecture, damn, Biden's a foreigner, shouldn't have been president anyway, was arrested on suspicion of attempted sexual assault on his teenage granddaughter by grabbing her body and forcing a kiss against her will. The incident occurred at around 11 a.m. on May 28th when the old man allegedly grabbed his granddaughter by the shoulder and attempted to kiss her while she was staying at his home. The police were notified about the incident after someone called in saying, quote, I was almost sexually assaulted by my grandfather.
They couldn't say the granddaughter called the police. They had to say somebody else.
Say that in your best Valley Girl voice.
I was sexually assaulted by my grandfather.
Hey, Reese. Oh, man, I could have sworn I've seen a plot like this somewhere before.
The man probably could have played the I thought it was my wife card, but during police interrogation, he said, there is no mistake that I hugged, but I don't remember anything past that. Dementia and all. Biden, damn it. And continued to maintain his innocence instead. Most Japanese commenters sided with the girl and are convinced that the old man is playing dumb to avoid punishment and that the girls her age would probably still think of it as sexual assault, even if it was coming from a place of affection. All right, last article. China man almost dies after shoving a live eel up anus for constipation relief? Fuck no.
Can it me?
There's only one reason you shove a live eel up your anus, and it ain't for constipation relief. It's to zap that prostate.
We need that clip from Is This a Zombie?
Rectal
Which one?
ejaculation.
Where he keeps getting hit in the ass, and he's like, "Oh!"
Oh.
So a man from Eastern
on
China.
the case.
A man from Eastern China was suffering from severe constipation. But rather than taking medicine or going to the hospital, he thought it would be a good idea to insert a live eel into his anus for relief, nearly costing him his life. After inserting the live eel into his anus, the animal entered the colon through his rectum and then punctured a hole in the wall of the colon and invaded its way into the man's abdomen. Shit, this is like the anal railgun. According to local news report, the man from Jinghua, Xinzhou province suffered through extreme pain, but didn't get checked at the hospital because he was too shy to see a doctor. However, after enduring pain for a day, he eventually went to a local hospital and sought help from a doctor. The Chinaman underwent surgery and had the 20-centimeter long eel removed from his body, and it was still alive after being extracted. Well, shit. The doctor who examined the man said, quote, there was a possibility that he could have lost his life had he waited any longer. Oh, that was a really lame ending to this podcast. Let's look at the Funhouse.
Damn.
Let's see if God Shard Chronicles started.
let's...
I think there was a comment like very early in the podcast about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm scrolling up to see if I can find it.
Is the answer no?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
What
Good job.
about One Piece creator defends fan service?
All right, we'll cover
That's
it.
gotta be something at least good to look at in the thumbnail.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna cover this too, just because I can't. It's like it's getting so far away from the Chinese spy balloons that the joke just keeps getting less funny. Hokkaido company to start balloon ride service to the stratosphere. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I just thought it was hilarious that Hokkaido is doing this, and we're shooting down Chinese spy balloons while it was happening. It tickled me to no ends, but I couldn't get it into a podcast. I've been holding on to this since the end of February. There it is. Got it. Got him. All right, there it is. Let's see if there's any more.
Nice.
Try not to come challenge. All right, this is it. We're good. We're gonna do this one. This is where we're ending. One Piece creator Eiichiro Oda defends series fan service. Having females show their sexuality out of their own volition is a much needed revolution for the representation of heroines in manga. Look, man, all I'm saying is Nami has an OnlyFans you can subscribe to.
Wait, didn't he marry a cosplayer that looked like Nami?
Yes, he did. Well,
okay.
I don't know if she
That's what
looks
he
like
likes.
Nami, but she was cosplaying Nami when he met her.
No, obviously there's no way. She's way too Nami's way too thin in real life to look
I
like
think it
that.
has more to do with her being a redhead than the other aspects.
Redhead with big titties. He's got the titties.
And the prison tattoo. No.
Whether due to his refusal to change a character's gender in order to conform to Western identity politics or his tendency to hang on some story beats a bit too long, One Piece creator Eiichiro Oda has a habit of regularly finding himself in the crosshairs of social media's more outraged, addicted users. Why? Why do we write the 4 on top of the 4? One particular sticking point amongst Oda's critics is his treatment of the series' female protagonists. His female characters, particularly in how he illustrates them. Show me. I see. It's the feet, isn't it?
I have the weirdest boner right now.
Thanks to his creative desire to draw many of his female characters, such as Nami, Robin, and Boa Hancock, as attractive and slightly sexualized, many have disingenuously accused the manga of viewing the fairer sex as nothing more than objects for men to oogle at. Unfortunately, the noses, though, man, like.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, oogle.
I mean, Usopp's nose. Women would love that nose. I'd agree.
Hilariously, in making these accusations, said critics display a seemingly willful ignorance towards the existence of the numerous other female One Piece characters who aren't drawn according to contemporary beauty standards, all notably very capable and plot-important characters in their own right, including Dadon, Shinobu, whose transformation into an attractive woman did not happen until after she had helped the Straw Hats take down Kaido. And even the
attractive is also relatively speaking.
Even the co-headlining villain in the series' last major arc, Big Mom.
Attractiveness is all in the eye of the beholder. You could put lipstick on a foot and Random 11 would fuck it.
Pixar doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's not happening.
You're gonna need a lot of
Maybe if you were really good at sculpting that lipstick into looking like something that's not foot. Yet, despite the belief by many that Oda chooses to depict the women of One Piece in this way in order to belittle their entire gender, the mangaka himself recently revealed that this could not be further from the truth. As translated by the founder of the popular One Piece fan site Library of Ohara, on March 16th, Oda spoke to the matter for the Q&A section of the series' recently released 105th volume. What did he say? I'm on the edge of my seat. Asked by a reader, quote, "This is a serious question. One Piece often features shots where women show their chests, but it hardly has any underskirt panty shots. Is there some reason?"
Familiar.
Oh no, I dropped a malphone.
They also don't feature up shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marat or Luigi, they're using your comment.
Yeah,
the real question is, how come there's no panty shots? Is there some reason or policy that you have for why this is the case? And the manga admitted, nah, it's panty shots, just something I'm not that interested in myself, lol. Look, if I drew women's legs like that, I also wouldn't be so interested in the panty shots.
I mean, you're getting a good panty shot of Frankie right there.
I don't know which one Frankie is, but Chopper's giving me a nice upskirt.
The giant half robot on the left with a Speedo.
Ever since I was a child, there's been many manga that feature scenes with fan service, but most of the time it's done against the consent or will of the female characters. So I feel bad masturbating, Oda explained. So I feel like having females show their sexuality of their own volition, such as like with Happiness Punch, a technique wielded by Nami in which she uses a tease of her nude body to knock out her enemies, is a much needed revolution for the representation of heroines in manga.
And she bills them afterwards for it. I was like, that'll be 100,000 berries each or whatever it was.
The series' latest animated... I can't wait for the live action.
Yeah, that's good.
I highly doubt they're going to pull that one across into the adaptation.
The series'
latest... a whore!
The series' latest animated film, One Piece Red, in which Oda introduces yet another of his female leads in the form of Uta, is currently on track for an English-language digital release on March 28th. Wow. That's great. Wonderful. Why is that? That's the news? Holy shit, that's the... They wrote that entire article about just his response to that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's modern news.
You've been holding on to this one for how long?
We can finally let go. March 21st.
Dishonor on you.
If I can be honest with you, it's not even the oldest article we covered tonight.
What is the oldest article?
The oldest article we covered tonight was from like February.
We literally just had it. The
eel story?
The eel story's from like
the
yesterday.
balloon.
The
What about
balloon
the
one,
balloon?
yeah, that was
Okay.
it. That was
Okay,
the
the
balloon.
balloon.
Your story was from immediately after last podcast.
Although you wouldn't be you know I don't know, dishonored.
You want
I
me?
can't
I don't
think of it.
know.
I can't think of the right word. Dishonored by thinking it's an old article, because it's happened like 17 fucking times. People shoving eels up their ass.
We're doing it for posterity's sake.
And,
I bet you he lied and said.
have you been keeping count?
I just
this is a weird fetish.
Really, honestly, truly. I mean, how good must it feel to get slammed in the prostate? The Chinese
Bend the fuck
are
over because I like anal.
the
Pretty
Chinese
good,
are
apparently.
so addicted that they constantly are shoving living animals up there.
Yeah, fuck that.
Like there's LGBT, and then there's just
China BT.
then there's
FO.
eels in my
bestiality.
anus BT.
Called bestiality.
BTSM.
Anyway, nearly every article we covered tonight. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Came out in the last week. So I'm glad we got to knock those out because Father's Day is next week. And I'm still probably going to try to do a podcast.
We missed our chance to end this at 4:20.
Oh, fuck. Can you forgive me? Anyway, I'm gonna
you
I'm
will
gonna
not
pour.
be forgiven.
Now I have to go for 6 hours and 9 minutes.
Oh God, no! I have work tomorrow, man. And by tomorrow, I mean technically today.
I had to be up in like
That
6
was
hours.
a mistake. That was a big mistake.
Pour it back in. Pour it back in. Use a
that
funnel.
was a mistake.
Use a funnel.
He takes responsibility for his actions.
Why is that still in here?
We only get to use it once a year. We're gonna use it the whole Christmas season this year, just because you said that.
Yeah, let's use it 3 to 4 times.
We'll use it throughout all of July and then all of December.
I think it would be funny if until we get like a solid, opening, every single podcast we have a different Stable Diffusion take on what we look like, including Reese. Holy shit, that was funny. We took Reese's avatar into Photoshop's thing, and I kept telling it to just expand the image, and it decided that Reese was Michael Jackson grabbing his own crotch.
Wow.
On my tiptoes, no less.
Wow.
It's so good.
Come on.
If I don't go to bed soon, I am not gonna make it up the stairs.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
Thank you. I was
You
looking
mean
for
you're
that.
gonna end up like Nick? You're gonna end up like Nick did at that live stream.
Quick, pull
where he
that
passed
one up
out.
and then we'll go to bed.
Ocean of Farah. It should be under date modified, right? It should be the most recent one.
Is there a
except
couch
for the
downstairs
children.
where you're at, AC?
Yeah, but I'm gonna climb up those stairs if it kills me, and it really might. We saved it, didn't we?
I hope you did.
I'm sure I saved it. It's not in this folder though.
I'm gonna be pissed if it's not.
Let me go to recents.
How long, that was
Just
like,
type in Reese. I'll just
that
type
was-
in Reese
that
and
was-
sort by
that was the
modified.
day. That was the day of the last podcast that we did that too.
Mm-hmm.
Disappointed!
I forgot. I saved it in the OCA podcast store under Reese body pillow.
Yeah.
God damn, dude.
I'm gonna want this file. I'm gonna send to that guy about making that metal as fuck.
You can finally retire your towel.
So I can send it to him and just add like an 18-inch baseball bat that goes.
Please render this in 21K resolution, please.
Yeah.
Damn. That looks great.
Right? That's not even the best one. This is like you put the shoes on it. Like there's one that had the you do like the bet there.
Dude, you need to get like a glitter variation of it. You know, like the glitter jacket and the glitter glove.
Come on. Oh.
That was great.
Oh, wonderful. Coming soon to the OCA podcast store. Definitely the dick grabbing one.
Yeah.
I love how my prompts were drawing of character wearing white suit, and it's like holding cock. Like,
hey, it's Reed. That's accurate.
I was like drawing a boy wearing white suit. I did like drawing of dapper young lad in white suit.
You know that suit you black. Black.
Oh god, some of these were so brutal. I kept actually drawing him instead of like. Oh yeah, the different types of hats. Oh yeah. Anyway, that's the show, everyone. I'm gonna finish this whiskey. I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep. Thank you for being here. My hair has been a mess all night.
What hair?
Ooh. Is the old man a granddad? Yes. Obasan may try to kiss the boys. All right, moving right past that, because China. You normally got to pay extra for that kind of action. What if it is an octopus? I think Germany has tentacle porn.
Well, the thing is, you can't figure the whole octopus in your ass.
Bro, if the beak will fit through the hole, you could get the whole octopus in there. That's how it works.
It'd be like
called beaking off.
It'd be like a Squidward theme.
The eel, not the granddaughter. I feel like I need to clarify. Well, wait, never mind. Just forget I said anything. Some sick women would put stuff in their vagina.
It's almost like that hole's designed for such a thing, and they'll naturally have a lot more experimentation.
Males can also show their sexuality in manga. They can wear short clothes if they do not have much body hair.
What?
Males can be slim and cute too. I still love cute females. But a close runner-up are the males.
Not gay, not gay. It's firm, not gay.
However, you can see a boy's armpit through a shirt sleeve. Never interested in a girl's armpit either.
Are we going back to the Spider-Man topic earlier?
All right, man.
Who's drunk tonight? Like, is it? Do people put eels in horses too? Someone said that, since that is a donkey.
Okay, Luigi,
God.
I think you need to chill.
Too much tonight, man.
You need to get off the drugs and go back.
I feel like I'm in a Magic School Bus episode. I want to get out of. Like,
you know, like somebody, you know, like a kid died in a Magic School Bus episode. His head blew up from ice on space. I'm not even joking.
You just opened up a can of worms.
There was a nerdy kid, right? His head exploded from the ice in space because he took his helmet off. And they somehow said, oh, no, you survived because it's censorship, right? He didn't really die. but he
But
died.
he didn't really die then.
No, dude, he literally his head exploded. He turned.
This is a
into
cartoon.
ice.
They have to make a deliberate choice for that child to die. Like
They had to say, "Oh no, we somehow revived you," even though, like, dude.
Oh no, Arnold, you
died.
just had an accident.
He was like, "Oh, I'm cold. I'm cold." I
Yeah,
don't know
but
why."
bear in mind, you're referring to a show called The Magic School Bus, where,
where
school
the
bus
teacher forces
flies.
kids to go on this trip even though they don't want to.
Where the teacher forces kids get on a bus and get high, and it's just go on all these trippy magical adventures, and then go back
I
to
remember
school.
that from public school. Good night,
It literally-
everybody.
Good night. Oh, Marion.
Sweet dreams.
When's the
of-
Blu-ray coming out? Damn it.